have to reestablish all of their careers somewhere else like YouTube. And they'll do that. You know they will. They will wake up the next day. There has to be a morning after the fascists try to stomp in our hearts. Bad actors are a disaster. You can't take away our platforms, etc. You can't. And I'll speak out for my fellow brethren who are content providers right now. You cannot fucking kill the TikTok. You can't fucking do that. I'm against that. I don't want that. I'm not a Democrat. I don't fucking approve of it. I don't think it's, I don't think it's cool, or the Republicans either. I think that's another Republican thing. You want Google and YouTube to be fucking more successful because they're technically white and they're technically American. I really feel that is what this move is about. I don't think there's anything else about it. I think, and I'm sure the analysts have come to you and they've told you that the only people that'll actually be harmed by this are the content providers, which is why it's okay for you to kill TikTok. The other people who will be harmed by it are the content providers. TikTok itself will be harmed by it. The company itself will be essentially belly up, But I mean, but I don't care about that company. And I think that's another reason why they're doing that. They know. Now, if this was Google or an American company, Google came from San Francisco, didn't they? I'm fairly sure. And so I'm saying, like, I would care a great deal if Google died. I'd care a great deal because I consider that to be an American company. It's shitty and it's nationalist and it's Zionist and it's shitty and it's tribalist. But hey, Google's in my tribe. They're an American company. I don't want them to die. Hey, I guess, Mr. Woke who hates both parties, who woke up one day and realized his government didn't love him anymore. And that's the difference between me and everybody the fuck else. Wakes up and speaks out for Jesus fucking Christ, like, I don't know. It's just, and it speaks out for pro-nationalism and Zionism when it comes to, like, stuff like, hey, did the company come from America? If they did, then embrace them. If they didn't, then fuck them, right? And I know that everyone else in America has the exact same view. They're like, well, fuck them. They're not Americans. Sorry! And I know that sounds racist, and it sounds fucking Zionist, and it sounds fucking shitty, and it sounds globalist, and it sounds pro-American, and beat our chests, and all that stuff they talked about in the newsroom. I can't fucking stand it, right? But I mean, like, but I mean, I do not see TikTok stopping, and stopping TikTok will not stop anything at all. Just like stopping drugs. It doesn't fucking work. I don't want to hear your pro-drug war, anti-platform bullshit. I don't want to hear it from the Democrats. I don't want to hear it from the Republicans. That shit will not stop these kids from logging on to YouTube the next goddamn day after TikTok is banned, as seeing the same shitty TikTok trashy artists that they just saw there, fucking Johnny Somali talking to some Japanese person about the N-word or some stupid ass shit. I don't care. And if they can't do it there, they'll do it on a worse place like Kick. And they will turn Kick into the new TikTok. You don't want that because there's all kinds of sex and gambling on fucking Kick. And the kids will go to Kick if they have to. They'll go to Kick and they'll get their TikTok however the fuck they get it. This is their hero worship. If you guys had tried to tell me that I couldn't watch MTV, it's the exact same thing, except the difference is MTV, I don't know where they come from, Britain or something like that. I don't know who made MTV, but I'm guessing Viacom is probably British or something like that. I don't really know, but I'm guessing there's something to do with some British umbrella of corporations or something like that. I can't remember. I remember them being part of Virgin or something like that, but I really don't remember. So maybe they're American. I don't know. Fuck it. But I'm saying, like, these big record labels and all these big fucking people like Google and TikTok and all that, it matters where you're from. And if you let America shut you the fuck out, it's like racist. It's a racist ideal. And on top of it, it's incredibly manipulative from a business standpoint to shut out an entire fucking business based off where they come from. You know what I'm saying? Is that not essentially just international racism? It's like we got enough of it at home, and now you want to discriminate against the only Chinese platform. And I just see this anti-Russia, anti-Chinese, if I feel like if Instagram was from Russia for some reason, I feel like you'd be trying to shut them down too. I think it's this pro-tribalist, crazy nationalism, patriotism that's just taken over America by a fucking storm. And it's essentially xenophobia and racism in a different version of some kind of congressional squelching of a fucking platform. Very seldom do we use the Congress to shut down a company. When have we ever done that? When have we ever used the Congress to shut down a company? Have we ever used the Congress to shut down a company? Maybe if they're like drug companies, they're trying to sell cocaine as Pepsi or something like that, so we shut them down, or we just, you know, we censor the product or whatever it is, and we recall it off the shelves. I'm sure we do actually probably punish companies all the time. I guarantee it. But do we? I mean, but I'm saying, do we just kill companies because their product is considered to be bad? I think you can make an argument that whippets are you can make an argument that Ready Whip should be abolished by the Senate, because you can technically get high off of Ready Whip if you do a whippet. You know what I'm saying? Should we kill Reddit like we kill... I'm sorry, should we kill... I mean, yeah, kill Reddit. But I was just saying, should we kill Whippet? Should we kill Ready Whip because you can get high off of it? I don't really think so. Is it okay for the government to act like some kind of goddamn fascist and shut down a company because their product could be harmful if used in the wrong way? With that argument, you could say that guns should be illegal. With that argument, you could say that, you know, this is a slippery slope here. You could say that guns could be illegal just because they're dangerous. Ban Heckle and Coke, or, you know, Heckler and Coke because they're, or whatever, you know, because they're a gun manufacturer. But I mean, and you know, what else do we ban here? Like, what else do Americans do that's harmful? Should we ban McDonald's? I think McDonald's was far worse for McAmerica than it was TikTok. McDonald's is around for 100 years. You know, if you want to ban products that are actually fucking harmful to our kids, you know what I'm saying? Ban McDonald's then. You want to ban things because they're harmful? Ban Coca-Cola, ban fucking tobacco, ban most of the things that we like. Almost everything that we like is harmful in excess. Almost everything that we like. MTV is harmful in excess. Should we ban MTV? I don't think so. Should we ban the Congress? We have them in excess and they're doing nothing. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're sitting there doing nothing. They're harmful to us. Should we ban them? I don't know about that. I think they're providing a little bit of leadership, the way that TikTok is providing a little bit of infotainment and all this and stuff that actually matters. Like, for instance, one of my my best friends in my circle is beginning his content provider career in the YouTube space. And I've supported him endlessly. I'm going to watch all the rest of the videos. I already watched like 20 of his videos and all this, and I won't say who he is. I'm sure he would want me to, but the problem is I don't shout out other creators. I don't shout out, you know, him. I would shout out if he would let me. Like, would you like me to pitch your name on my stream? But I knowing him, I would think he would probably want to come by it naturally. He probably wouldn't want. I doubt he would like the raids the way that I don't really like the raids. So I don't know. So I'll ask him, like, would you like me to pitch your thing on the stream? In which case, I'll show his stuff on my stream. And but anyways, distracting me, you know, I'll think about that and I'll approach that later. But I have a personal friend trying to make a start with his career who's much better than me because he does infotainment. And his stuff is how to camp, how to approach a moose, how to look at bird migrations, how to hunt mushrooms, how to use a hunting dog, how to hunt, that kind of stuff, right? Infotainment, because he's, you know, or how to get good microbial stuff out of kombucha, stuff like that that's good for your health. You know, it's all stuff that's entertaining when you're watching him, but mostly it's actually just like stuff how to become a more healthy, active person. And as much as you might pretend that the TikTok is all fail videos and, you know, what's trashy, like Logan Paul, right? In reality, like a quarter of it is how to live in a van, how to get headshots, how to get laid, how to dance, how to pass this test, Idiot's Guide to Nietzsche, Idiot's Guide to Descartes, idiot's guide to, or whatever, like, so and this is something that is extremely, I will now argue in TikTok's favor. It is extreme. I've spoken out against why I'm against the ban. Now I will sit about something that is truthful about TikTok, and I will say something that is the truth. About a quarter, I don't know what the percentage are, but something like a quarter of TikTok's actual fucking value as entertainment is infotainment, which is stuff that makes you a better person for watching it, makes you a more diverse, worldly person who learn more about whatever you're interested in, be it video games. There's guides for every game out there. If there's something sexual, Rule 34 has made a TikTok about it, and if you like something sex-wise, there's a TikTok about it. If there's a celebrity that you like, there's a TikTok that just follows that celebrity around all day long, everything that they do, everywhere they go, what they do, what they say. If you're into Taylor Swift, there's TikToks out there that'll just train you about what Taylor's doing every day and all that stuff that actually is infotainment. It is trashy, but it's infotainment, and it is harmful. It is harmful to the entire world, not just America, to lose TikTok and that infotainment. It is harmful. It is harmful to our children. They are getting most of their education from social media and fucking TikTok. It is harmful to them if you cut off their information flow. It is harmful for them to do it. It is, bam, 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 like a gavel. I pronounce your ban evil. Americanized and evil. It is racist, and I announce your ban to be evil. It is an evil thing. It is an evil thing to ban TikTok. I believe it is, because it won't stop them. It won't stop them from watching trashy vines. It's racist. If it was a white company, I don't think you'd be doing this. If it was a white American company, Google is just as guilty as TikTok is for trashy ass vines. It's all over YouTube and goddamn every other platform. So I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you what the optics actually looks like. It looks like you don't like Chinese people and you can't stand them making money off of a fucking online social platform. It's just exactly what it looks like to me. You know what's going to happen. That entire crew is just going to go to YouTube that day, triple white America Google's numbers or whatever. And I think that's what this is. It really looks like that to me. I'm sorry. I'm just going to tell you what the optics look like to me from the outside. And I have never used TikTok in my life. You understand? Not once. I've never used TikTok once in my goddamn life. I'm only at the behest of others. Maybe 3 times, something like that. I can count on one hand. I shit you not. I don't have any TikTok history. I have my own TikTok. That was the one time I went there voluntarily. All the other ones, I had other people socially pressure me to come watch their videos. That's it, right? So this is someone who might actually really be pro the TikTok ban because they've never used TikTok ban and they think, oh, it harms children, right? But no, I'm against the TikTok ban, having never used it before. I'm actually still against it because it harms children's infotainment that actually does help them benefit and helps them grow, because they're not learning from schools anymore. I don't know if you guys have fucking figured that out yet. They're not learning from goddamn schools anymore. If they actually want to learn about something, they type it into YouTube or TikTok, or Google, one of the 3. They are not using teachers to learn. They're not, they are probably up at the higher level, like, high school and stuff like that, but they're not really, in a lower level, they're learning math and stuff like that in school. But I would say most of the modern, information that is being given these kids is online. And so to cut that off is something evil. It's something pretty fucking evil. And so I hope somebody listens. I doubt it. I bet they fascist ban and censor. To me, it appears to be censorship. I've never supported censorship on my channel or in my life before, and I will not do so now. Your censorship seems foul and fascist and anti-American. Fuck your censorship, you piece of shit do-nothing Congress.
Ban the app and whether the TikTok bill is constitutional. Now, if you're older than Gen Z or one of the olds trying to shamelessly pander to the youths, then you might have no idea.
I'm an old person who doesn't like TikTok. But I'll argue sense, sense that you should hear in the goddamn Congress. Those kids will not stop. They won't. They will not stop. They will show up as some other platform 1 minute later. 1 minute later. Your ban does nothing. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing to me as an American. Your ban does nothing. I've fallen on it. I've banged my gavel. I passed my judgment on my government with this one. I do not approve of your ban here. I think it is destructive to my own community, and it never really occurred to me that the only people that will really be harmed by it is content providers, and I'm a content provider, so I'm going to sit there, I'm going to back something that I wouldn't normally do, because I don't give a flying fuck about TikTok. I don't care if TikTok dies. I've never used it. You understand? So honestly, I'm far more likely to say fuck TikTok, let it die, right? But no, I'm going to argue to keep TikTok against my own normal fucking where I would normally stand on it, right? Because the only people you benefit the only people you actually will have any efficacy on is you will depower a bunch of American content creators. That's all you're going to do. You're going to deplatform and depower a bunch of American content creators in a globally competitive fucking sphere. That is all you will do. It will not stop China from doing another TikTok. TikTok will not die. It just won't be available in America. TikTok will be fine in every other country in the world. So why are we doing this? Like, you know, it's not like anybody else is probably going to ban them. I mean, is Britain going to ban TikTok? Maybe if we do it, yeah. But I mean, like, I don't think anybody else is going to ban TikTok. I really don't think so. So I mean, like, I don't know where this comes from. I don't think this was like it took me a while to form my opinion on this, because I'm like, I'm not pro TikTok. I don't give a living shit about TikTok. I've never voluntarily used it. It's never filled a capacity I've ever needed, and so I view it as completely worthless. But I will argue for them and say I don't want them banned. I think all that will do is harm my fellow American content creators. That's it. Those kids will show up on YouTube watching me, you know. I think all it'll do is it'll just reshift power everywhere, which is what America seems to be doing over and over and over and over and over again. I don't really understand that, and it seems racist. Seems a little racist and anti-Chinese. I'm sorry, but it does.
Is about. TikTok is a video sharing social media platform that allows users to create and share short form video.
Yeah, like what in TikTok is harmful? If you don't like trashy content, ban trashy content. Like arrest Johnny Somali for bad jade and twist the youth into something nasty content, right? Go and ban and declare war on Johnny Somali or whatever. Like go do that. Go declare your war on trashy TikTok. You can win that war. You can. The war you can't win is banning TikTok. That won't solve anything at all. That's like banning drugs. They're just going to go on down to the speakeasies and their drug crack dens and get their fix whether you like it or not. Stop trying. Fucking idiots.
Clips on basically any topic. TikTok was launched in September of 2016 by the Chinese startup company ByteDance. When ByteDance acquired a rival app called Musical.ly and its 200 million users in 2017, TikTok exploded in popularity. It's now one of the most popular social media platforms with over 1.5 billion active users worldwide. But TikTok is controversial. Lawmakers in the US, Europe, and Canada have pushed to investigate, regulate, or sanction the social media platform over concerns about data privacy, the spread of misinformation, and the lack of adequate safeguards for children. In December of 2022, ByteDance admitted that its employees had inappropriately obtained the data of 2 American reporters on TikTok. ByteDance used TikTok to get access to the IP addresses and other data of 2 reporters and a small number of people connected to the reporters via their TikTok accounts. After the news broke, the DOJ opened an investigation into TikTok's surveillance of journalists. And lawmakers say TikTok is a threat to national security writ large. They fear that ByteDance and TikTok are secretly under the control and direction of the Chinese Communist Party. Critics believe that TikTok and ByteDance can reveal sensitive user data like location information and give it to the Chinese government.
Yeah, is TikTok itself a virus? Because that I think I could see some valid concern over. Is TikTok itself a virus? Because they seem to be saying that what's it called? EAC is kind of a virus that can be exploited really bad. They're trying to say that TikTok is a virus that can be exploited really bad, and that is a valid concern to ban TikTok in America. He's got a general concern there. I wish they had kind of pushed that narrative more.
Point to Chinese laws that allow the government to secretly demand data.
Yeah, like, is TikTok a virus? Because I think that is possible. It's sad, but I do believe that. It's paranoid. I mean, I think kind of all open APKs are kind of a virus in a way that can be exploited, sort of. So, I don't know. So is the TikTok APK a virus that spies on you and lets them, prison project, or promise? It lets them promise you and track everything that you do. That would be a valid reason to ban TikTok, but the problem is the another app will just take over the same day that you ban it. Another app will take all of that foot traffic, all of it.
From Chinese citizens and companies for intelligence.
I don't know what your aim is here. I don't believe it to be successful. I think Americans will just go to TikTok somehow through VPNs. I don't think you can even stop the Americans from using TikTok either. I mean, isn't that a valid argument? Can you even stop? You know, so what's to stop every child in the country from pulling on mommy's skirt and being like, Daddy, I need $10 for a VPN. And they're like, why do you need a VPN, son? Oh, because they banned TikTok and I really need to watch my favorite creator. They're my biggest hero. And they're like, oh, who's your biggest hero, son? And they name a soccer star, right? Because they're not dumb. And the parent's like, oh, your favorite soccer player. Yeah. He has a TikTok, does he? And the kid goes, yeah, I watch his TikTok every day. It's Beckham or whatever. And the parent goes, I guess I will pay for the VPN so you can watch your greatest hero, son. And the kid goes and watches Billie Eilish, you know, or whatever. Or, you know, Johnny Somali instead. But I mean, like, that's what will happen. That's what will happen. They will literally con their parents into letting them buy a VPN. And I suggest they do so as well. I don't believe in censorship. Hey, kids, if you're about to lose TikTok, you pull on mommy's skirt, get $10, go buy, or well, get $50, really. Get $50. It'll take a bit. Tell her $50, I need a year, right? Get $50, buy a VPN on your cell phone, connect it through to your computer when you're at home, and watch your TikTok. Because TikTok is not dying, remember. TikTok is not dying. It is being banned in America. If they ban it in America, keep watching TikTok, and I doubt it'll stop in anywhere form. I doubt it'll stop. VPNs will make it possible for them to just entirely not stop, you know? I bought, yeah, oh yeah, nice, yeah. I bought a lot, but that's okay. I like the skin. It's worth it. So, yeah. And so, yeah, don't ban TikTok. It's not going to fucking solve anything. It's not going to do anything at all. Nothing at all, you know. And so when they need to make that argument in the Congress too. Hey, you know, hey Congress, what about VPNs? You ever consider that they'll just watch TikTok anyways? And it's a VPN-obsessed world. Every fucking video tells them, you need VPN so you can see out-of-region stuff on Netflix and keep the government of England out of your face, or government of America out of your fucking face, right? Every content provider is telling them all the time they need a VPN. When you ban them off TikTok, they will need a VPN, and it's just more proof that all that's going to do is show the Chinese that we don't like them. That's it. That's all it's going to do. It's going to make them really have a grudge, maybe. And I dislike that. I dislike what you're doing for America, Indo-China relations for the next 100 years or something like that, or whatever you want to call that area of the world. Is it Indo-China? I don't know what it's called. I believe it's Indo-China, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't want our Indo-China relations to go to south for 100 years because of this. It appears racist to me.
Purposes and
I think we need them and they need us, and I think they're our neighbors, and I think we need their TikTok and they need our viewership. And they need money and so do we, and I don't really understand banning businesses. Whenever did we ban businesses? We don't even ban okay, in the state of Nevada right now, you can go to the Playboy Ranch and have sex with a Playboy model for a price. And we don't ban that business. Why are we banning TikTok? I'm serious. You can go and buy a Playboy bunny, I believe. I believe that's true. I believe you can get a sexual favor from a Playboy bunny legally in Las Vegas. I'm fairly sure. We don't shut down that business, and that business is destructive to kids, and it's destructive to women and sexist and all this stuff. And I don't care about that business. I'm saying it's just like if you're it's a what ifism that I'm hitting you with. Is like what I mean, or what aboutism? It's like what about prostitution? Then we have legal prostitution in this country. If you don't ban them, why are you going after TikTok? TikTok does not do the harm that selling your body does, or what. It just seems sort of weird. I mean, go after McDonald's if you really want to save kids, because you want to know why all the kids are fat. That's why, you know.
Chinese law.
So, you know, I don't understand you. You seem to be anti-China, and you seem to be pushing anti-Chinese views and snaring me up in a censorship thing that I don't support in my own country, and hurting my fellow providers and all this other stuff. All it does is harm providers. As a provider, I don't see how you could have a pro TikTok ban, you know, like, view, because, you know, I don't know, that I think that hurts content providers and only content providers.
ByteDance must allow the Chinese government to take a 1% golden share of one of its subsidiaries. And analysts say these golden shares allow the Chinese government to get directly involved in the day-to-day business of tech companies, including the content that they provide to the public.
Share.
And like most Chinese companies, ByteDance is legally required to establish an in-house Communist Party committee composed of employees who are party members. In a March 2023 congressional hearing, TikTok CEO did not directly answer questions about whether TikTok was controlled by China, instead saying that the app was not available in China and that it's headquartered in Los Angeles. And although the feds have been concerned about the national security implications of TikTok for a long time, prior attempts to ban the app died in the courts. But we can take a look at the first of these efforts, which was Donald Trump's executive orders that tried to force a sale. In fact, we did a whole video on that 4 years ago. God, I've aged so much. But in sum, the U.S. government first attempted to ban TikTok back in August of 2020.
You're my
At the time,
age.
Then President Trump issued 2 executive orders.
You're fine.
The first order prohibited ByteDance from making any transactions with U.S. citizens within 45 days. The second order demanded that ByteDance sell its U.S. assets within 90 days. Both of those orders relied on the president's emergency powers to act on behalf of national security under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. The IEPA authorizes the president to investigate, regulate, and prohibit certain financial transactions following a declaration of an unusual and extraordinary threat originating outside the United States. Now, 2 separate federal judges, one appointed by Trump and one appointed by Obama, intervened to block the orders from taking effect. In October of 2020, U.S. District Judge Wendy Beetlestone of Pennsylvania blocked the forced divestiture executive order. The plaintiffs were 3 TikTok influencers with millions of followers on the app and who made at least $10,000 a month from short-form videos. Judge Beetlestone held that the government had failed to justify Trump's use of emergency powers to target TikTok. Quote, the government's own descriptions of the national security threat posed by the TikTok app are phrased in the hypothetical. The government notes that TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, has significant and close ties to the CCP, which could potentially be leveraged to further the CCP's agenda. It states that one of the risks posed by TikTok is the possibility that the PRC government could compel TikTok to provide systemic access to U.S. users' sensitive personal information. The court cannot say that the risk presented by the government outweighs the public interest in enjoining the order when plaintiffs have established a clear likelihood that the identification's prohibitions contravene IEPA. Judge Beetlestone ruled that the government failed to show that TikTok was a pressing national security threat. Then, in December 2020, D.C. District Court Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, blocked the outgoing administration's attempt to ban TikTok in the U.S. In that case, the Commerce Department had sought to prevent TikTok from being downloaded in app stores and to outlaw transactions between Americans and ByteDance. But according to Judge Nichols, Trump's crackdown against the app was, quote, arbitrary and capricious because the order intended to put TikTok out of business. The judge ruled that the Trump administration failed to, quote,
I'm gonna go get my glass.
consider an
I'll be right
obvious
back.
and reasonable alternative before banning TikTok. So with Trump's orders,
I'm gonna get something to drink. Ooh, my pen. Oops.
Your inventory is full.
dead on arrival, state lawmakers decided to pass their own bans. For example, in 2023, Montana banned TikTok from operating within its borders. The Montana law would impose a $10,000 penalty on TikTok or any mobile application store for, quote, each time that a user accesses TikTok, is offered the ability to access TikTok, or is offered the ability to download TikTok. And the Montana legislature cited two reasons for the ban: Chinese communism and child welfare. The preamble says that China is, quote, an adversary of the United States and therefore has an interest in spying on citizens of
Your
Montana.
inventory is full.
The state alleged that China directs ByteDance to share user information, including real-time physical locations of users. And it goes on, quote, TikTok fails to remove and may even promote dangerous content that directs minors to engage in dangerous activities, including but not limited to throwing objects at moving automobiles, taking excessive amounts of medication, lighting a mirror on fire, then attempting to extinguish it using only one's body parts, inducing unconsciousness through oxygen deprivation, cooking chicken in NyQuil, pouring hot wax on a user's face, attempting to break an unsuspecting passerby's skull by tripping him or her into landing
Cooking
face
chicken
first
in
into
NyQuil.
a hard surface, placing metal objects and electrical outlets, swerving cars at high
I've
rates of
done that.
speed, smearing human feces on toddlers, licking doorknobs and toilet seats to place oneself at risk of contracting coronavirus, attempting to climb stacks of milk crates, shooting passerbys with air rifles, loosening lug nuts on vehicles, and stealing utilities from public
All the
places.
things the kids do anyways. They just had the cell phone this time now. And yeah, banning TikTok isn't going to stop them from doing those things. They're kids. They're testing out what it's like to be a kid.
Yeah, it sounds bad when you put it that way, but that's kind of a list of a whole bunch of expressive
Things the kids do that banning TikTok isn't going to stop.
conduct, and you might not like what the expressive conduct is, but that's kind of the point of freedom of expression, right? You can find a whole lot of stuff on the internet or on television that is arguably bad for your health, but that content is mostly protected by the First Amendment. So it's not surprising that several individuals and groups sued to block enforcement of that law. The individual plaintiffs used TikTok to promote their goods and services, and they allege that the Montana ban violated their First Amendment rights to post content on the platform. TikTok also sued on the basis that the Montana law SB 419 infringed on its First Amendment right to make editorial choices over content curation. In response, Montana argued that their law is about child welfare and consumer protection, and that it didn't implicate the First Amendment at all. The plaintiffs sought a temporary injunction barring the law from taking effect while the litigation was pending. And for a preliminary injunction to be issued, the plaintiffs have to show that they're likely to succeed on the merits and the possibility of irreparable harm if the injunction is not granted, and that they'll suffer more serious hardships than the state if the law were not enjoined. And the district court said that, quote, it is unnecessary to precisely categorize SB 19 as a content-based or content-neutral time, place, or manner restriction because it is likely that the bill is, at the very least, a regulation of expressive conduct that triggers intermediate scrutiny. Now, as we've talked about many times on this channel, often the whole ballgame is what level of scrutiny is applied to a bill. To pass intermediate scrutiny, a law must both, quote, advance important governmental interests unrelated to the suppression of free speech, not burden substantially more speech than is necessary to further those interests, and leave open ample alternative channels for communication of the information. But Judge Donald Malloy ruled that the Montana TikTok ban failed all three prongs of intermediate scrutiny. First, the court rejected the state's theory that it had any claimed interest in national security or foreign affairs. Second, the court found that SB 19 burdens substantially more speech than is necessary. This is apparent on the law's face. SB 19 completely bans TikTok in Montana. It does not limit the application in a targeted way with the purpose of attacking the perceived Chinese problem. Although states do have a legitimate state interest in protecting children from harm, this interest does not include a free-floating power to restrict the ideas to which children may be exposed. And Montana failed to even address the child protection justification in its briefing. Montana also argued that it had a substantial state interest in protecting consumers from TikTok's harmful data collection practices. But the state, quote, has yet to provide any evidence to support that argument, and the court concluded that the law burdens substantially more speech than is necessary. During the same legislative session that resulted in SB 419, the legislature also passed SB 384, the Montana Data Privacy Act, which protects Montana citizens from unsafe data collection practices by social media companies in the state. The Data Privacy Act also applies to TikTok, which means that an outright ban is probably unnecessary to achieve Montana's consumer protection goals. And the court also noted that Meta and other social media apps collected the same kind of data as TikTok, and they sell that data to undisclosed third parties, which harms consumers. And even without a TikTok ban, China could still gather data about people in Montana. They could buy it from third-party brokers, for example. And finally, the court faulted the state for offering zero evidence that TikTok is similar enough to other social media applications that may be considered alternative channels of communication. Now, Montana also had another problem, which was that even if its allegations against ByteDance in China are true, it doesn't mean that a state has the right to regulate foreign affairs. The Constitution assigns primary responsibility for the conduct of foreign affairs to to the federal government. Quote, Article 1, Section 10 prohibits states from engaging in a set of activities that implicate international affairs, while the Supremacy Clause, Foreign Commerce Clause, and other constitutional provisions place key elements of this power within the federal government. Though Montana countered that the bill was similar to state laws that criminalize terrorism. But the court rejected this analogy because, quote, terrorism, while it may involve a foreign actor, is not by definition a foreign concern beyond the reach of state law. In contrast, SB 419 explicitly bans TikTok because of its direct connection to a specific foreign nation. At best, the state's comparison is weak. At worst, it is reflective of the pervasive undertone of anti-Chinese sentiment that permeates the state's case and the instant legislation. And while it's true that China has been designated an adversary of the United States, the rest of these allegations could be said about most apps and websites. They gather personal information, often without the person knowing about it, and often against their will. And most people have no idea where their data will be shared because, unlike the European Union, America lacks a comprehensive data privacy law. So it's safe to say that your personal information is already flowing all over the world. So Judge Malloy granted the preliminary injunction and blocked the law from going into effect. However, a Texas law directed at restricting government employees from using TikTok survived a constitutional challenge. Texas banned TikTok from being downloaded on state government devices and networks, citing its Chinese ownership and data privacy concerns.
Texas banned
Professors at
TikTok.
public universities sued the
Wow.
state, alleging that the ban would hamper their research efforts. But in that case, the federal court found that the ban was a reasonable restriction. The scope of the Texas law was much narrower than Montana's law, effectively only applying to state employees using state devices. And people can still use the app in Texas, including professors who can use it on their personal devices. Though if the US government says that you're a security risk, you're gonna need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help.
If the US
If your
government
loved
says
one
you're a
is
security
suffering
risk.
from mesothelioma, because asbestos exposure can take decades. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters, or were involved in a car crash, or just about anything else, we can help represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer early in the process to learn what your options are and maximize your recovery. So just click on the link in the description or call the number that's on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. The link is down below. But that takes us to the big kahuna, the federal TikTok ban. Congress has finally passed legislation attempting to stop ByteDance from owning TikTok. And as Mike Gallagher alluded to earlier, the federal government insists that it's not a ban because it allows the company to sell the app to a group not controlled by Chinese interests. The Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary-Controlled Applications Act blocks any app store or website from hosting TikTok or any other app owned by ByteDance. The law prohibits the company from selling the app to a foreign adversary, meaning that Iran, North Korea, and Russia need not apply. The bill also creates a system for users to download their data and switch to an alternate platform. The act allows TikTok to continue to operate if ByteDance sells it within 270 days. The president could extend that time frame for a sale by another year. And obviously ByteDance intends to fight any forced sale. In some ways, the lengthy period for a forced sale up to 12 months undercuts the government's argument that TikTok is an immediate national security threat. In addition, the bill faces many of the same challenges as the Trump executive orders. TikTok's strongest argument is that the law violates the First Amendment rights of its users and the company. When the government restricts speech because of its content, this generally violates the First Amendment. And the Supreme Court considers laws targeting specific messages as presumptively unconstitutional. ByteDance will argue that the bill is directed at stopping a certain viewpoint, and therefore courts should apply a legal standard called strict scrutiny. When a court applies strict scrutiny, the government must show that the law is the least restrictive means of advancing a compelling governmental interest. It is much tougher for the government to prevail if a court applies strict scrutiny. And adults also have First Amendment rights to receive information. In a 1954 case, Lamont versus Postmaster General, the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that a law requiring people to register with the Postmaster General before receiving communist political propaganda violated the First Amendment. In that case, the post office had withheld a copy of the Peking Review. That was a content-based regulation, and some members of Congress have said that TikTok spreads communist propaganda. That would be a classic example of a content-based restriction. And the TikTok ban could be an example of viewpoint discrimination. For example, after the October 7th terrorist attacks against Israel, American legislators were dismayed by the pro-Hamas posts on TikTok. And lawmakers have a right to disagree with those viewpoints or call them important, but they can't legislate against viewpoints they don't like. However, the government is allowed to restrict speech under a lower standard if that law or regulation is content neutral. Content neutral laws regulate all speech without regard to the message of the speaker. These laws often regulate things like time, place, and manner of certain speech. Content-neutral laws are subject to intermediate scrutiny, which is much easier to meet than strict scrutiny. And the government also says that it has a solid reason for banning TikTok. kids are being exposed to dangerous content and the app is a security risk. The federal government can argue that two separate presidential administrations have concluded that China's involvement poses national security concerns that cannot be mitigated in any other way except for banning the app or forcing divestment. And courts typically defer to the federal government on issues of national security. However, the federal law restricts the free speech of 170 million Americans, and the courts will want to know why a less burdensome regulation could not have achieved the desired result. Right now, all 50 states have their own bespoke data privacy regulations, and maybe the TikTok legislation will finally motivate Congress to pass a comprehensive federal data protection law. Now, separately, if you're a constitutional law aficionado, there's one issue that might have jumped out when you saw the specific nature of this bill, and that is the Bill of Attainder. A Kaspersky lab of Russia and Huawei Technologies of China tried to challenge similar regulations on the basis that the laws violated the constitutional prohibition against bills of attainder. A bill of attainder declares a person or entity guilty of a crime without a trial. Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution bans such bills. In Nixon versus the General Services Agency, or GSA, the Supreme Court set forth a three-part test to determine if a statute is an unconstitutional punishment. The first factor is whether the law falls within the historical meaning of a legislative punishment. The second factor looks at the function of the law, determining whether the statute serves non-punitive legislative purposes. And the third factor is whether the government's primary intent was to punish. Kaspersky argued that a provision of the National Defense Authorization Act that banned the government from using its software was a bill of attainder. A court ruled against Kaspersky, finding that the ban was aimed at securing government networks from cyber threats. And Kaspersky failed the historical test because the ban didn't affect any person's employment or livelihood. And it failed the functional factor because the purpose of the law was to secure our nation's networks and computer systems from malicious cyber threats. And the ban was rationally related to that important function. The court also noted that the income Kaspersky lost was only a tiny portion of his overall revenue. Finally, the legislative history showed that the government was motivated by a need to protect America from well-documented cyber threats rather than simply singling out Kaspersky for punishment. However, the federal legislation threatening TikTok is more sweeping than the regulations that targeted Kaspersky and Huawei. Those regulations were similar to the Texas state law, which prevented software from being used on state-owned devices. The TikTok ban, though, would stop anyone from using the app in the US if ByteDance doesn't divest itself. Though the biggest difference between the state TikTok bans and the federal ban is that the federal government has a national security interest, and courts give the federal government substantial deference on national security matters. But the evidence that TikTok is a national security threat is classified, and the public has not been able to evaluate that intel for themselves. That's why some like Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal, who described TikTok as a gun aimed at Americans' heads, have called for this assessment to be declassified for the public. But what happens next is going to be incredibly interesting if the courts don't strike down the law. ByteDance is worth around $225 billion, and the price of acquiring TikTok would be steep. Then President Trump tried to convince Oracle and Microsoft to purchase the app, but those deals fell through. Other large companies like Meta and Google would probably run into antitrust problems if they tried to acquire the app. And as predicted, ByteDance has filed a lawsuit against the US government alleging that the new federal law is unconstitutional. And not surprisingly, ByteDance is characterizing everything as a ban, saying that, quote, the qualified divestiture demanded by the act to allow TikTok to continue operating in the United States is simply not possible, not commercially, not technologically, not legally, and certainly not on the 270-day timeline required by the act. ByteDance says that even if it did sell the app, the result would be an awkward America-only version of TikTok that would not be commercially viable. The company asserts that a standalone American TikTok would not be able to function without an operational relationship with the rest of the global platform. ByteDance also says that, quote, moving all TikTok source code development from ByteDance to a new TikTok owner would be impossible as a technological matter. And the company alleges that, quote, the Chinese government has made it clear that it would not permit a divestment of the recommendation engine that is a key success of TikTok in the United States. And there have been many technologists that have echoed this sentiment, that TikTok simply would not work without the algorithm that makes it all possible, and you can imagine why the owners would not want that algorithm to get into someone else's hands. But this also lends maybe a sliver of credibility to the government's claim that China exerts outside influence on the platform. Though at the same time, if the roles were reversed, you can imagine the US government saying the same thing if China tried to nationalize some American company. However, the complaint is also an invitation to the US government to put up evidence showing that TikTok really does pose specific harm to the American public. Not surprisingly, ByteDance says that the act is an extraordinary intrusion on free speech rights. Quote, by banning all online platforms and software applications offered by TikTok and all ByteDance subsidiaries, Congress has made a law curtailing massive amounts of protected speech. Unlike broadcast television and radio stations, which require government licenses to operate because they use the public airwaves, the government cannot, consistent with the First Amendment, dictate the ownership of newspapers, websites, online platforms, and other privately created speech forums. The company says that the court should review the law using strict scrutiny, as we discussed. And this will be interesting because it seems like ByteDance does have a First Amendment interest in its editorial and publishing activities on TikTok. The company argues that the act clearly, quote, represents a content and viewpoint-based restriction on protected speech. The act discriminates on a content basis because it exempts platforms whose primary purpose is to host specific types of content. Product reviews, business reviews, or travel information and reviews. The act thus distinguishes favored speech, i.e. speech concerning travel information and business reviews, from disfavored speech, i.e. all other types of speech, including particularly valuable speech like religious and political content. And as if to prove their point, members of Congress publicly stated that they voted for the act because of political speech that appeared on TikTok. Representative Mike Flood said that TikTok should be banned because the kids are making videos about the literary works of Osama bin Laden. Representative Mike Lawler said that pro-Palestine propaganda on TikTok inspired protests on college campuses, and that was one of the reasons he was pushing the ban.
If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok.
Now, can the government prove a compelling state interest? Well, theoretically, yes. National security is a legitimate compelling state interest. However, quote, to do so, the government must do more than simply posit the existence of the disease sought to be cured. Rather, it must demonstrate that the recited harms are real, not merely conjectural, and that the regulation will in fact alleviate these harms in a direct and material way. ByteDance points out that the government's list of potential harms is speculative and theoretical. The company points to a House committee report that says TikTok could, quote, potentially be allowing the CCP to track the locations of federal employees and contractors. The same report raises the, quote, possibility that the CCP could use TikTok to control data collection on millions of users. Of course, this is why Senator Blumenthal thought the government should tell the public why the app posed such a serious threat to national security. But this lawsuit might force the government to finally disclose the concrete reasons it thinks the situation is so dire. And the complaint argues that the act is not narrowly tailored to address the government's interests. Here, ByteDance tackles the government's claim that TikTok is a national security threat, pointing out that, quote, Congress enacted these extreme measures without a single legislative finding. The company says that the parade of horribles that members of Congress fear are just hypotheticals. And since TikTok has been operating in the U.S. since 2017, the court should expect the government to have concrete examples of how the app interferes with national security. And one way of narrowly tailoring things is what the states did. If the government's concerned about tracking federal employees, then you could pass a law that says you can't install TikTok on a government device. And ByteDance says it's invested over $2 billion in a project to work with the American government to deal with their privacy complaints. The complaint also argues that, quote, the act violates petitioners' rights under the equal protection component of the Fifth Amendment's due process clause.
We don't trust
because
them.
it singles petitioners out for adverse treatment with...
You know, they say that like 80% of the world's hackers come directly out of Hong Kong. You know, and I don't think we trust them. It sucks. It had a very deleterious effect upon our trust, getting Google attacked all the time, and Sony hacked by Russians and all this stuff, and fucking Chinese hackers causing problems and all this all the time. And so now that lost trust has cost them really bad, and I don't know if I can talk them out of doing this. I mean, they're not listening to me, you know.
Without any reason for doing so. And similarly, the complaint argues that the act creates a, quote, unlawful taking of private property without just compensation in violation of the Fifth Amendment's takings clause. In both cases, the argument is that they're being punished and forced to sell without judicial process and by federal fiat without offering compensation. And the complaint does in fact allege that the act is an unconstitutional bill of attainder, using the same argument as Kaspersky and Huawei. The company complains that it's been singled out for punishment and treated differently than every other company with, quote, no public notice, no process for presidential determination that there is a significant national security threat, no justification of that determination by a public report, and submission of classified evidence to Congress, and no judicial review for statutory and constitutional sufficiency based on the reasons set forth in the presidential determination. So what happens next is anyone's guess. TikTok has good arguments, but I'd never bet against the US government when they're making national security arguments. So if you're an influencer who makes their money on TikTok, it's probably time to start budgeting and canceling your unused subscriptions, which you can do with today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Now recently I had a problem trying to get a handle on all my subscriptions. Between my personal and professional subscriptions, I was paying out almost $20,000 a year. Yeah, I don't know when I signed up for Thai Clip of the Month, but being a lawyer is extremely expensive. But I hadn't been paying too much attention to what all I was subscribed to, and once I started to track my expenses, it was insane how much money I was spending on a monthly basis on services that I subscribed to but totally forgot about. But Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps me be smarter about how I'm spending my money. It's a personal finance app that allows me to manage my subscriptions, lower my bills, and budget appropriately all in one place. And now that Mint.com
I'm gonna get off
is
Mortal
shut
2
down,
now.
it's a wonderful
It was a
replacement.
fun session.
I'm currently using Rocket Money to help me cancel all the subscriptions I wasn't using for
I'm disliking how much farming I have to do to get anything done, but it's a brand new character. It kind of makes sense, you know? I'll sell this wood for like 50 gold, and I'll buy reagents, cuprum, stuff like that.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
And I'll go cast lightning in the graveyard to kill, or well, probably more like those go kill bandits. Really, I gotta get this loot inside. Like, look how good the frame rate is now. It's finally a playable game, and it's playing well with others. I'm learning to turn the resolution down if you want a game to play well with others. Okay, banker, yep, I'm gonna dump like all of that. Nice, I have 12 gold already. Gonna dump all the wood. You know, these reagents, I'm gonna just stash them away for now, because all I can really do is stand to lose them. That's it. Even the spell book, there's really no reason to bring it, because I'm not using it. So I'm gonna just use the farming capacities of this character. I'm out of axes, so I'll have to go buy those, but that's okay.
Autopilot jumping.
In 5 years, this game will be really, really good. I think in 10, I think it'll finally catch its like its actual stride. I know how copium that sounds. It's just actually true. I think this game is a 100-year game, and I don't think it'll be good till probably 30 years in or something like that. It's weird, but I think if they just keep working on it, I think it'll be really amazing. It's weird. It's got all these systems that have more depth than most games, and
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I'm gonna check the auction for cuprum to see if they actually sell it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Looking for cuprum. Yes, they do, but it's expensive. So sort by cost. People sell cuprum. They do. Very good. Look, you can buy cuprum, and so I'll just buy a fuck ton of that and just run lightning over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, so I guess farming is good, but I mean, like, I already farmed for like an hour, and I think that's about my tolerance level for this. I believe I'm gonna play some Fallout 76 now. This was a good Mortal session. We are five hours in.
Stargate.
I'll go to or well, I don't know. It's a shame I can't get this to run well. It's annoying. Why can't you run well? Damn it. Maybe I should try and drop the resolution. No, it's so orange and fugly. I kind of regret buying the game, but it was, you know, or I mean, it was $60, you know. It'll be good in a couple of months when I have a new card. It's my card. 3060 is one generation behind that game. That game's too new for my card to play three games at once. Punisher blueprint for fuck all cheap. Really, genuinely cheap.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Apps I didn't need anymore now that Succession is over. Plus, it told me a little while ago that a service I was using increased their price by $100 a year. I had no idea. So I
Fallout
should
4
probably
got
be
an
looking
update.
into that instead of reading this sponsorship. But Rocket Money has helped save its customers up to $740.
Look, Fallout 4 got a new update. Fallout 4 has received a new update that has the ability to manage your control over the game's graphic fidelity or performance. There have also been additional fixes and improvements to address some of the feedback you provided us with on the previous update. Xbox Series, visual and performance priorities. You can now choose between visuals and performance while trying to maintain frame rate target. If you choose frame rate target of 60, we recommend selecting performance. Both modes may adjust internal general stability improvements, fixed visual issue with certain image spaces, auto HDR is re-enabled, fixed issue with reserved space, fixed issue with character name field, fixed issue occasionally cause bundles to not fully download, could cause a crash, fix the crash could occur when occurring to the network and after suspend resume. It would be fun to play some Fallout 4, but I mean, I don't know. I don't like Fallout 4 as much as I do 76, unfortunately. I think 76 is one of the greatest games of the last 10 years. It sucks, but I mean, I'm just going to say it.
$40 a year, with over $500 million in total canceled subscriptions. It does that in part by fighting for lower bills. Simply by uploading a photo and tapping a few buttons, Rocket Money will negotiate your bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. So join the 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Click on the link in the description or on screen to get started for free. And you can even unlock even more features with premium at a huge discount. So again, click on the link that's down below to get started for free. After that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Or I'll see you in court. The Black Lotus, the history of magic's most valuable. Oh yeah, the Black Lotus. Yeah, I've never had a Black Lotus, but I had a Mox Pearl. I remember the Mox Pearl. You guys ever seen the Mox Pearl? Mox Pearl Unlimited. No, I didn't have a limited. I had the Dark, I think. Or no, was it Legendary? I think it was Legendary. No, there was no Legendary of this card. But yeah, it's worth $1,500 right now. I had a Mox Pearl. My father fucking threw it away when we moved from
Approaching station.
Jersey to Cali. I had like a lot of really fucking genuinely good cards. I mean, this card was worth back then like $400. I won this in an ante. Cali was on the forefront of the Magic the Gathering scene. I mean, Wizards of the Coast is from Cali. All the kids in Cali, we had good exposure to it. Why is conservative comedy not so very good? Menendez, Charles Stewart, how Huawei manipulated everybody. How speedrun and flaws allow access hackers to remotely access cars. Michael Cohen on the witness stand disliked Donald Trump in AA. How Walter White manipulated everyone. Trump hit with fatal blow in the courtroom. That's good. Why is conservative comedy not so good? Why does the forest look like a fingerprint? Why does this forest look like a fingerprint? Why Trump's lawyer called him the orange turd during Stormy testimony. The orange turd. Elaine Venice is not the most evil character. That might be good. I want to see what he says. I don't like this thing.
Drop you like a bag of dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Elaine is the meanest, angriest, and most vicious character.
No, I don't want to do an anti-Elaine thing. We know who the most evil character in Seinfeld is. Kramer. If you didn't know, now you do. Bill Burr destroys Bill Maher on student protests. Idiocracy and Team America, two classic comedies that hit close to home. Yeah, I would say. That one's funny. Seinfeld and the psychology of the sitcom, an analysis of why America hated that finale. I liked the finale. I thought it was hilarious. They just walk away. They're like, hey, see ya. Yep, bye. And they just never see each other again. I actually kind of like that. That's how a lot of friendship circles end. It's sad, but it's true. Is it legal to ban TikTok? No. Entities are legally problematic. Real Lawyer reacts to Ace Attorney. Supreme Court ethics with John Oliver. Real Lawyer reacts to Better Call Saul. Japan's lost decade in economic disaster. That might be really good, but I'm not sure I can watch that for free. What happened to the first human head transplant? I can watch it for free, but I don't know. Wow, I can't believe they took him to jail for that. Or took her to jail for that. Fear the Mad Cat's the worst video game controllers ever. Yeah, they were so goddamn bad. Spike Lee tried to warn us. FD Signifer. Smart thing Trump probably won't do next in his criminal trial. The orange turd. This is not a case about sex. It's about calling the Donald Trump an orange turd. Why does the dialogue in Madam Web sound so weird? I don't know. Michael Cohen reveals what Trump said about Melania in dramatic testimony. A closer look. Every president's biggest mistake. Ooh, that might be fun. Let's listen to this one.
Mr. Beat, you got a problem with that, huh?
Hello, Mr. Beat.
Step up if you got a problem with that.
No,
Come on, let's
thank
go.
you. I'm good. Okay, so...
I'm sorry. I'm just in a bad mood after researching for this video. It's got me all negative, cynical, paranoid. You see, this video is about mistakes. Look, all human beings make mistakes. No one is perfect. This is why everyone should be canceled.
Yep.
Anyway, American presidents are not immune to this. This video is about the greatest mistake of every American president while they were in office. Their worst failure. Their biggest oopsie.
Sold.
You get it. When I say greatest mistake, I mean the one thing they did that hurt the most people. And when I say thing they did that hurt the most people, I say it with my historian hat on, looking at all of American history. So I guess recent presidents have the advantage of all of us not knowing the full extent of damage they truly have done. Okay, let's do this. George Washington. Even my favorite president wasn't perfect. The biggest flaw in his presidency was his failure to use his influence to call for an end to slavery. By the time he was president, he had long privately said that slavery was bad and needed to go away, but his worry of his own financial security prevented him from freeing his own slaves. Imagine if such a unifying figure as Washington went public about him being against slavery and freeing all his slaves while president. The country would have been so much better off in the following decades. John Adams. Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Acts, 4 of the worst laws in American history. The Naturalization Act made it harder to become a citizen. The Alien Friends
See, this
Act,
is that infotainment stuff that I'm talking about that I really don't wish to see die on TikTok. I think it's like, I think you could argue that you want a content change on TikTok if it's going to be used by kids so much, and I think you could win. But I don't think you can make an argument to just ban TikTok. That seems like kind of extreme. It's like you went and just shot the thing in the head rather than working out some kind of solution. And I don't know if banning is the solution, right? So, you know, losing infotainment like this would really suck on TikTok. I think that's how you go about it. I think you could say that the content needs to change so the kids' minds aren't rotted by stupid shit. And I think you could win. I think that would be a better argument than what you're trying to do. You try to kill a company? That seems kind of extreme. It's not your company. Why would you be able to kill it just because you're American leadership? That seems weird. It's infotainment like this is valuable, you know. And TikTok has some of it.
Act allowed the president to easily imprison or deport any foreigner who they thought was dangerous. The Alien Enemies Act gave the president even more powers to detain foreigners during a war, and the Sedition Act, which was the worst of them all in my opinion, made it illegal to talk trash or make up fake news about the federal government. I hope you realize the Sedition Act spit all over the First Amendment. Thomas Jefferson. First of all, Jefferson, of course, was even worse than George Washington when it came to slavery. Sure, for most of his life, he called for it to eventually end, and he did sign a law to ban the importation of slaves while president, but he likely fathered multiple enslaved children with one of his young slaves, and owned more slaves than any other president in American history, and he didn't free almost all of them. Ugh, Jefferson. But, that all aside, I think his biggest mistake while he was president was signing the Embargo Act of 1807. It banned pretty much all trade with Britain and France. Jefferson supported the law in order to avoid war with both countries, but it ended up devastating the American economy. The country lost tens of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of jobs. James Madison. In my video about every president's greatest accomplishment, I said Madison's biggest achievement was holding Britain back during the War of 1812. Ironically, though, I think his biggest mistake was failing to prevent that war from happening in the first place. They called it, quote, Mr. Madison's War, for good reason. After all, he convinced a divided Congress to move forward with declaring war on a much more powerful country that could easily defeat them if it really wanted to. It was reckless, to say the least. James Monroe. Monroe's biggest mistake was signing the Missouri Compromise. I used to be more indifferent about the law, but after learning more about it, I can more confidently now say it was a major cause of the Civil War. The Missouri Compromise admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state to maintain the equal balance of slave states and free states that had already existed. It also prohibited slavery north of a line of latitude west of the southern border of Missouri, despite the fact that Monroe had expressed several times that he wanted slavery eventually abolished. This law, in fact, made the institution more permanent. Sure, it avoided a national crisis, but it only kicked the can down the road. The crisis would only get worse later on, and Monroe could have prevented it. John Quincy Adams. You all know me. I'm still the same old teach. I hate tariffs because they make stuff more expensive for you and me. As it turns out, JQ's biggest mistake was signing the Tariff of 1828, or as I and other critics like to call it, the Tariff of Abominations. It hurt both industry and farming alike, and even led to the nullification crisis. Andrew Jackson. Of course, his signing of the Indian Removal Act and causing the Trail of Tears was horrible, but I think Jackson's ill-informed, hard money policies ultimately hurt even more people. He refused to establish a new Bank of the United States, instead allowing state banks to just freely loan paper money to pretty much anyone who asked for it. In response to this crisis, Jackson issued an executive order that required all payment for federal government land to be paid for in either gold or silver. Well, this caused inflation to soar. Eventually, this all at least partially led to the Panic of 1837 and one of the worst depressions in American history. Normally, the president doesn't have much control over the economy, but Jackson's actions certainly played a big role causing this economic crisis. Martin Van Buren. So what was the Trail of Tears? Well, it was a series of forced displacements of around 60,000 people from the Cherokee, Muskogee, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw nations. They were forced out of their homes in the southeast and marched out west for thousands of miles. Most ended up in future Oklahoma. The relocated suffered from disease and starvation on the way, traveling often through harsh conditions. Andrew Jackson may have signed the Indian Removal Act and started the Trail of Tears, but it was Van Buren who carried out the most infamous part of the Trail of Tears, the removal of the Cherokee from Georgia. At least 4,000 of them died, many of them babies or small children, as they traveled on foot through a particularly harsh winter, most with no shoes on and little clothing. William Henry Harrison. Yeah, Harrison's biggest mistake while president was drinking the DC water. That's apparently what got him sick and led to his death just a month into his presidency. John Tyler. Believe it or not, Tyler didn't make many mistakes as president. Then again, he didn't accomplish much as president either. I think his biggest mistake was refusing to reestablish a national bank. He even vetoed a bill to charter one. While central banks have not always made things completely all rosy throughout history, most economists argue that they have kept markets stable and helped prevent economic crashes. In fact, that aforementioned Panic of 1837 likely would have been avoided if there had been a central bank in place to regulate banking transactions and help failing banks. After Tyler vetoed the national bank, it wouldn't come back for a while, and for the rest of the century, the country experienced some of its worst bank runs and recessions ever. James Polk. Polk's biggest mistake was starting an unjust war with Mexico. Polk was basically an imperialist who knew that if he sent troops into disputed territory along the Texas-Mexico border, he would likely be starting a war. In fact, I'd argue he hoped it would happen. To Mexico, it was an invasion. It was completely reasonable for Mexico to attack American troops, as a matter of fact, which they did on April 25th, 1846. Polk couldn't have designed it any better. He went to Congress, urging them to declare war on Mexico, claiming that they, quote, shed American blood upon American soil. Congress, of course, went along with it, but it's long past due that we all admit that the Mexican-American War was a war of aggression, a war of imperialism meant simply to expand the nation's borders. Zachary Taylor. Taylor was only in office for 16 months, but that was enough to make mistakes. Taylor's biggest mistake was raising tensions in the months leading up to the Compromise of 1850. Despite being a slave owner himself, Taylor rejected any compromise with the slave states to let them expand slavery out west, as originally agreed to under the Missouri Compromise. I appreciated Taylor taking the very clear anti-slavery stance, but in doing so, his rhetoric only further disillusioned Southern leaders and sped up the path toward civil war, which I guess was inevitable by this point, but still, Taylor made it worse. Millard Fillmore. After Taylor died in office, Fillmore took over and supported the Compromise of 1850. Except that he was perfectly fine with the worst part of it. He signed the Fugitive Slave Act, which made it so that the federal government was responsible for finding and returning escaped slaves, even if they were in a free state. Yep, free states had to cooperate. This was definitely a law that led directly to the Civil War. Franklin Pierce. Speaking of laws that led directly to the Civil War, the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Pierce signed that law, which is easily one of the worst federal laws ever passed in American history. It opened Kansas for settlement and allowed the new settlers to determine whether it would be admitted as a slave state or a free state. Naturally, this caused a mad rush of pro-slavery and anti-slavery advocates to Kansas, and violence would often occur between the two groups. That's how the territory earned the nickname Bleeding Kansas. Pierce literally caused the prequel to the Civil War. James Buchanan. Sure, Buchanan was a corrupt dude who did some shady stuff to help only him and his friends while in office, but his biggest mistake was allowing southern states to secede. Not only did he refuse to send down federal troops to prevent them from doing so, he didn't even talk trash about southern leaders when they began to do so. He was like, oh, well, I personally don't think seceding is a good idea, but you do you, South. So Buchanan didn't just do nothing to prevent the Civil War, he did something to cause it. Isn't that something? Abraham Lincoln. You may already be noticing a pattern here. If you mess with the First Amendment, I got problems with you. And yes, Abraham Lincoln messed with the First Amendment. He arrested journalists and newspaper publishers who criticized his handling of the Civil War. His administration censored mail and telegraphs that undermined the war. Lincoln had people arrested singing Confederate songs, for crying out loud. I don't care if it was wartime. That's messed up, man. Andrew Johnson. Yeah, I think Johnson made plenty of mistakes, but I think his biggest one was causing the Black Codes to happen. The Black Codes were laws passed by southern states designed to make the lives of recently freed slaves miserable. Essentially, slavery was now illegal after the passing of the 13th Amendment, but the Black Codes made it so African Americans still felt enslaved. After the Civil War ended, Johnson allowed pro-slavery southern legislatures to quickly take back over, and yeah, nearly all of them passed Black Codes. Ulysses Grant. Grant's biggest mistake was supporting and enforcing the Comstock laws. It all started with his signing of the Comstock Act of 1873, which made it illegal to mail stuff or receive stuff in the mail that was obscene, lewd, immoral, or indecent. It was another slap in the face of the First Amendment. After Grant signed the law, a dude named Anthony Comstock, who all these laws were named after, became the enforcer against bad stuff in the mail. He arrested an activist named Ezra Haywood after Haywood mailed one of his pamphlets which made the claim that women should have the right to control their own bodies. Comstock also arrested another dude for receiving the pamphlet in the mail. Rutherford Hayes. Okay, Hayes, I get why you did this as part of the Compromise of 1877, but it still sucked that you did it. Hayes' biggest mistake was removing federal troops from the South, marking the end of Reconstruction and directly leading to a dramatic rise of white supremacist rule throughout the South. African Americans no longer had federal protection and for decades would be treated in the South as second-class citizens. James Garfield. Garfield's biggest mistake was letting the media know his schedule. That's how Charles Guiteau knew Garfield was going to be at the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station on July 2nd, 1881. There, Guiteau shot Garfield. Now, Garfield's other biggest mistake was trusting his doctor, Willard Bliss. Garfield was actually starting to recover before Bliss screwed things up. While trying to get his bullet out with unsterilized fingers and tools, he caused a severe infection, which ultimately led to Garfield dying from septic shock. Chester Arthur. Arthur's biggest mistake was signing the Chinese Exclusion Act, another one of the worst laws in American history. It banned the immigration of Chinese who were coming over to do manual, unskilled labor, which the country desperately needed help with, by the way. It led to similar laws that further discriminated against Chinese Americans in the coming decades. Not only that, it led to what's known as the driving out era, a period in which anti-Chinese Americans assaulted and even killed Chinese Americans if they didn't get out of their communities. The bottom line is, Arthur signed the Chinese Exclusion Act because of xenophobia, an irrational fear of Chinese people. Grover Cleveland. How about another
Sound
crappy
familiar?
law? Cleveland's biggest mistake was signing the Dawes Act. The law said the president could subdivide Native American tribal communal land holdings into portions for individual heads of families to privately own, and opened up leftover plots to the general public to settle. This law single-handedly led to tribes across the country losing around 62% of their land, but its main goal was to force them to be more like Americans. Benjamin Harrison. Harrison's biggest mistake also hurt Native Americans, and I'm not talking about his proclamation opening up Indian territory to American settlement. I'm talking about the fact that, under his authority, the U.S. Army murdered around 146 Sioux on December 29, 1890, on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. Today we call this the Wounded Knee Massacre, and not only did Harrison approve of it, but he gave out medals of honor to 20 of the American soldiers guilty of the massacre. Jeez, dude. William McKinley. McKinley's biggest mistake was the Philippine-American War, a war so messed up that you wouldn't believe what happened in it. If I told you 20 times, it was an unjust war from the very start. The Filipinos had just gained independence from Spain, and McKinley now wanted the United States to control them. Of course, they resisted, and between 1899 and 1902, perhaps as many as 1 million Filipino civilians died because of it. American forces burned villages, threw Filipinos into concentration camps, and tortured Filipinos who were suspected of rebelling against Americans. There's other horrible stuff American troops did, but I won't go into detail in case there are any kids watching. This war is one of the ugliest parts of American history, and McKinley was responsible for it. Theodore Roosevelt. As much as I talk trash about Teddy's crappy foreign policy, I give him mad props for it improving throughout his presidency. He was a man who changed his mind when learning new information, after all. However, one thing still stands out as a pretty big mistake during his presidency: the Brownsville Affair. In Brownsville, Texas, in August 1906, after someone killed a white bartender and injured a white police officer, the town's residents all decided to blame all the members of the African-American 25th Infantry Regiment, even though there was no evidence they actually did it. Well, Roosevelt thought they were guilty, ordering 167 of the 25th Infantry Regiment's soldiers dishonorably discharged. In other words, Teddy didn't allow them to have due process of the law. They were guilty until proven innocent. By the way, the Army found them innocent in 1972. By then, only 2 of them were still alive. William Howard Taft. Taft's biggest mistake was signing the Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act, a law that mostly raised tariffs and was so controversial that it deeply split the Republican Party. Taft himself was quite proud of the new law, later calling it, quote, the best tariff bill the Republican Party ever passed. While it did lower tariffs on some items, it raised it on others and ultimately just frustrated everyone. It also made the Philippines heavily dependent on the United States. Woodrow Wilson. Wilson's biggest mistake...
Wilson?
Yes. He had many mistakes, but I think his biggest mistake was signing the Espionage and Sedition Acts. Passed after the United States entered World War I. The Espionage Act made it illegal to interfere in the war effort in any way. The Sedition Act made it a crime to say, quote, disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive stuff about the American government, armed forces, or even its flag. According to historian Paul Averick, as many as 1,000 people went to prison as a result of the Espionage and Sedition Acts signed by Wilson. Some of them got sentences up to 20 years in prison. Again, in my view, these are laws that strongly went against the First Amendment. Warren Harding. The 1920s were not good in terms of xenophobia and anti-immigrant legislation in general, and Harding definitely played a role in that. His biggest mistake was signing the Emergency Quota Act, a law restricting immigration from certain countries that were, quote, undesirable. In reality, it was just meant to restrict immigrants coming from Eastern and Southern Europe. That said, I also have 2 dishonorable mentions for Harding. He signed the crappy Forney-McCumber tariff. Hey, you know how I feel about tariffs. And the Revenue Act of 1921, which was really just a law super wealthy people wanted passed since they didn't like paying taxes. Calvin Coolidge. Speaking of crappy immigration laws, Coolidge's biggest mistake was signing the Immigration Act of 1924, which expanded xenophobia to Asia. It heavily restricted immigration from Asia. It's even also called the Asian Exclusion Act, by the way. Together with the Emergency Quota Act, the Immigration Act of 1924 favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe for some reason. I guess it was because because their
has
skin
renounced
color
charges.
tended to be lighter. Anyway, the xenophobic immigration system solidified by this law stayed in place until the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965. Immigrants have historically made the United States very strong as a country. In fact, we'd probably be screwed without them, and Coolidge's immigration law essentially shut the door on most immigrants. Herbert Hoover, the Great Depression. No, we can't blame the entire Depression on Hoover, but he did make it worse. Hoover's biggest mistake was the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which was supposed to encourage people to buy American-made stuff by placing tariffs and thus increasing the cost of imported stuff. Instead, it led to trading partners retaliating by raising their tariff rates and ultimately froze international trade, causing companies' sales to drop everywhere. In fact, this one law dramatically made the Great Depression worse. Soon after Hoover signed it, the banks began to fail. By the end of 1931, nearly 2,300 banks had failed, and $1.7 billion in deposits were lost. Franklin Roosevelt. FDR's biggest mistake was forcing more than 125,000 Japanese Americans to live in concentration camps, completely stripping them of their freedoms, despite no evidence that any of them were conspiring to help Japan in World War II. If you want to learn more about it, I have a video here you can check out, and another video about it here. Then again, by this point, you're probably depressed and have lost all faith in humanity, so maybe you don't want to learn more about this stuff. Harry Truman. Truman's biggest mistake was the Cold War. Wait, the entire Cold War? Well, kind
Yes,
of,
the
yeah.
entire Cold
He
War,
escalated tensions that contributed to the Cold War happening in the first place. For starters, his foreign policy, famously known as the Truman Doctrine, called for military interventions all over the world in the name of, quote, support for democracies against authoritarian threats. Say, did that mean at home, too? Anyway, whether it was getting the United States involved in the Korean War, giving military and economic aid to countries to fight governments friendly to the Soviet Union, quickly expanding the development of nuclear weapons, or destroying any chance of diplomacy with Soviet leaders, Truman's actions all played a big role in increasing tensions between the two countries. Don't get me wrong, I'd blame the Soviet Union's government just as much for causing the Cold War. They were far from innocent, but Truman's actions definitely played a key role as well. I always cut Truman some slack, though. He was president during a tremendously difficult time in history. Dwight Eisenhower. Look, as you may already know, but his presidency was also not without mistakes. Particularly his reckless roundup of undocumented Mexican immigrants along the southern border and him signing Executive Order 10450, which contributed to the Lavender Scare. However, I think Ike's biggest mistake was allowing the CIA to help overthrow the democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in favor of the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, aka Operation Ajax. It was the first time the CIA directly orchestrated a coup of a democratically elected government.
The first
and it later
time.
led to a more radical government getting in there after the Iranian Revolution, which itself then led to the Iran hostage crisis. The bottom line is, Iranians would never forget the American government's involvement in overthrowing their popular leader. Even today, the governments of Iran and the United States have a poor relationship. And it all goes back to 1953 and Operation Ajax. John F. Kennedy. JFK's biggest mistake was the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was a failed military operation in which Cuban exiles landed in Cuba in order to attempt to overthrow Cuba's communist government led by Fidel Castro. Most historians acknowledge the invasion as one of the biggest foreign policy failures in American history. It made Castro even more of a hero and increased Cold War tensions with the Soviet Union. Not only that, it made Cuba a closer ally of the Soviet Union, setting the stage for the Cuban Missile Crisis the very next year. Lyndon Johnson. LBJ's biggest mistake was the escalation of troops in the Vietnam War. Not only do most historians view the war as a costly disaster, LBJ's justification for dramatically increasing troop levels there to fight it was partially based on a straight-up lie. Congress agreed to escalate troops there after the two attacks that together became known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident. As it turns out, American soldiers provoked the first attack, and the second attack, well, that never happened. LBJ and his administration completely lied about it. So ultimately, tens of thousands of American troops ended up dying based on this lie. Richard Nixon. You might be thinking that Watergate was Nixon's biggest mistake, or perhaps his secret bombing of Cambodia and Laos, as revealed in the Pentagon Papers. But I'd argue him starting the war on drugs was his biggest mistake. It was more than just words.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse. In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
Nixon created the Office of Drug Abuse Law Enforcement, which eventually morphed into the Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA, who mostly went after non-violent drug offenders. Incarceration rates have skyrocketed ever since, with people of color disproportionately being arrested and convicted with harsher sentences than other groups, even though everybody uses drugs at the same rate. In fact, many argue Nixon's war on drugs was mostly racially motivated. Nixon signed the Controlled Substances Act, which criminalized drug abuse and said, without any evidence whatsoever, that marijuana and psilocybin were just as dangerous as heroin and more dangerous than cocaine. Ever since, people who have needed medical treatment have instead been sent to prison with violent offenders. According to some estimates, the United States has spent more than $1 trillion fighting the war on drugs. And the drugs won the war. By the way, drug use today is arguably as common as ever. Gerald Ford. Ford wasn't president long enough to do much damage, but I'd argue his biggest mistake was his support of the brutal Indonesian dictator Suharto and his invasion of East Timor from 1975 to 1976. It led to tens of thousands of civilians dying, and Ford gave Suharto the weapons that led to those deaths. Jimmy Carter. This one is easy, and Carter himself even later admitted that this was a big mistake on his part. How he handled the Iran hostage crisis, which I have a video about, of course. I'm always making videos and stuff. No matter what Carter seemed to do, whether it be economic pressure, diplomacy, or even sending the military to try to rescue them, things just didn't go right to rescue those 63 American hostages. Ronald Reagan. Simply put, Reagan's biggest mistake might be something named after him: Reaganomics. Reaganomics is basically the economic policies popularized and associated with
Oh, it's an
Reagan,
automatic
but
five
they're
rifle. Nice.
nothing new. You know, stuff like deregulation, tightening the money supply to fight inflation, and reducing the federal income tax and capital gains taxes. And to be honest, I'm personally a fan of all that stuff, at least to a certain extent. However, Reaganomics took all that to the extreme, and many economists say that his policies dramatically reduced economic mobility, meaning ever since it's been much more difficult for Americans to get out of poverty. Economists also argue Reaganomics has led to a widening income gap. The rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, basically. It also has definitely led to a general trend of the national debt spiraling out of control. George H.W. Bush. Although a dishonorable mention ought to go to Operation Just Cause, which was when the United States invaded Panama to overthrow their leader Manuel Noriega. I think Bush Sr.'s biggest mistake was pardoning 6 of the convicted criminals associated with the Iran-Contra affair. Simply put, I think it greatly undermines the idea that no person is above the law. And yes, I have a video about that too, sorry. All this homework for you. Bill Clinton. Clinton usually gets remembered for his personal scandals, especially the Monica Lewinsky scandal that ultimately led to him being impeached, but I think some of the laws he signed were much more damaging for the country. 3 laws stand out to me in particular as doing way more harm than good. The Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, aka the 1994 Crime Bill, the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act, and the Telecommunications Act of 1996. While the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act had good aspects, like decreasing unemployment, saving the federal government money, and decentralizing welfare management, it completely ignored existing systemic problems and has arguably led to even more poverty among people of color and more non-violent drug offenders having a more difficult time after they get out of prison. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 caused a small number of giant corporations to control nearly all media, making it much more difficult these days for independent musicians, filmmakers, and artists to have their stuff discovered. But Clinton's biggest mistake was signing the 1994 Crime Bill, which gave money to states to build new prisons and hire new police officers, but also led to much stricter prison sentences overall. Because of that law,
Clinton's worst mistake was absolutely Clinton's.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Yep.
Of thousands of people got far more harsh punishments than they deserved. And just like the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act, the 1994 Crime Bill made systemic racism much worse. People of color got arrested more than whites and got harsher sentences than whites for the exact same crimes. By the way, Clinton himself has admitted that signing this law was his biggest mistake. George W. Bush. This is another easy one. Bush Jr.'s biggest mistake was Operation Iraqi Freedom. Bush's invasion of Iraq in 2003 was mostly a huge failure based on lies. The Iraq War and war in Iraq later on both devastated the country, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people and the loss of tens of billions of dollars due to damage, and Bush and his administration were mostly to blame for it. Barack Obama. Obama's biggest mistake was the expansion and normalization of the use of armed drones.
I disagree. I think his worst mistake was his Wall Street cabinet. Most of his interests represented, well, deep state bankers. I hate to say it. 2008 bank crisis.
Dramatically increased drone warfare, targeting suspected terrorists in multiple countries, often ignoring the sovereignty of those countries. And he dropped many of these bombs on innocent civilians. In fact, as much as more than 15% of the casualties were civilians. He normalized the use of drone warfare, which I think, frankly,
is pretty messed up.
Related to this, Obama killed this 16-year-old American citizen with a drone strike. Now, it may have been an accident, but geez, man. The kid didn't do anything wrong. That was murder. Donald Trump. Oh, Trump loved drone warfare too. He possibly killed even more civilians than Obama did, but we won't know for a really long time if that's true or not, since he kept all that information secret. It's classified, baby. But what's not secret is his blatant attempts to overturn the legitimate presidential election of 2020. After he lost the election, he repeatedly lied about there being widespread voter fraud, and in the process riled up his devoted followers, creating political chaos across the country that culminated with the January 6th United States Capitol attack. By undermining the 2020 election, he put our entire electoral system in jeopardy.
The editorials aren't really necessary. I mean, it stands for itself. You don't have to say anything more than what happened. I think it's funny. Gotta go pee and shut the door. I'll be right back.
Even today, tens of millions of Americans still believe there was widespread voter fraud, and it's only mostly because Trump insisted there was. It's certainly not because of their so-called evidence. I've looked very closely at this so-called evidence, and it's crap. I'm sorry, there's nothing there of substance. Joe Biden. While the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a disaster, that would have probably been a disaster no matter who was in charge.
Yep.
Therefore, I'm going with his forcing private companies with 100 or more employees to enforce a vaccine mandate. It eventually got struck down by the Supreme Court, as it should have been in my opinion. But hey, Biden's still in office. I'm sure if he tries hard enough, he can make an even bigger mistake. And there you have it, every president's biggest mistake. And I should stress, these are my opinions.
I think he's right.
Sometimes I make mistakes. In fact, if you think I made a mistake about these mistakes, do not be mistaken. Please comment below your mistakes. Hopefully it was not a mistake to make this video. Inflation sucks, but Mrs. Beat and I have found one way, at least, to save money lately by using Upside. You may not know this about me, but I like to get gas. It's true, I'm always filling up my automobile with this stuff, and Upside helps me save money. I just scan my receipt, and Upside gives me cash back on every purchase for doing something I do anyway. You also may not know this about me, but I also like to eat. We've also been using Upside for cash back when we dine out or buy groceries. Not only that, we've used the cashback rewards to get gift cards to places like Starbucks and Texas Roadhouse, In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you can earn 3 times more cash back with Upside, and Upside doesn't sell your personal information to third parties. Upside users are earning hundreds of dollars a year, which is probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Try Upside yourself. Download the app for free and use code MrBeat to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. I'm Mr. Beat. You got a problem with that? Come on, let's go. Step up if you got a problem with that. If you enjoyed this video, you're weird. But that's a compliment. And you should also check out another video I released a few months ago about every president's greatest achievement. I'm way more positive in that one, I promise. Now it's time for my monthly shout out to all my Patreon supporters who donate at least $15 or more each month to my channel, starting with my biggest donors alphabetically. Thank you to Bill Dowd, Pat Iapicca, Adam Lucky, Alicia Solberg, Andrew B., Anthony Beckett, Austin Ciros, Corey Ryman, Douglas Martin, Dr. Paul Empty Machine, Isabel, Isaiah Warfield, Joe Cook, Matt Standish, Nick Everett, Osbers Gaming, Owen, Sammy, Samuel Striz, Sean Connett, Society's Basement, Adam Christians, Andrew Snyder, Grant Hughes, Ian Driscoll, Ikas and Jika 615, Elon Capone, Jack L, Jacob Birnbaum, Joel Serrano Lozada, KZ210QB, Oliver E, LT Marshall, Naderade, Stacy, Steve Bryan, Thomas Oppenheim, Warren Gerard, Waterforts, and Zach.
I cannot believe you are doing this on a 2 million hit video. Do you really need to do that on a 2 million hit video? Oh god. I want the disease off first. My MK thing there. That fucker, I want him. Where is he? That killed him. Wow. Oops, my cargo container got stolen by somebody. What's he in? An Emperor. I want to scare him. Why did you steal my 3 fireworks, you idiot? I'm like stuck in the station or something dumb. Why am I stuck in the station? It's stupid. Get out of
Docking
it.
permission requested. Docking request
Fucking
accepted.
dumb. God damn it, you're stuck under the station again. Like immediately. What's your problem? Go, go. You keep putting me inside the station. Why? I'll just warp out or whatever. Wait, are you finally through? Yeah, you are. You're finally through. So dumb. This game has the best fireworks by far. Yeah, get out of the station, you fucking clown. Why did you put me in it so many times? I want a spam left click thing on my mouse, and I'm going to add it. I don't know. Spam. Well, yeah, spam's good. Yeah, spam left click. Yeah, why not, actually? Okay, so come to this. Scroll left, scroll down. I want to do spam.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Primary. Cancel.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Repeat while holding, yeah. And, yeah. Okay, and then spam primary on probably that one that's harder to hit. Yep. There. That way when I want to, I can come here on the HyperNet. I don't want to start a sync, I want to gamble. Oh yeah, fire off, please. There, so then yeah, I could just hold the button down. Oh, I love it. Because I hate clicking over and over again. It gives you repetitive stress. So annoying. $150 on a 220. Could make some good fast money there. $218 for 36 would be good. I'm gonna try that. Just one. That's all. And I'll use it if I get it. But, you know, I think I actually just want to buy for the... Well, I'll wait until the 20th. I'll buy 4 ore harvesters because I don't care. I didn't get that dark lead, but I didn't, like, buy in very much. Wait, I have 2 weapons workbenches, damn it. No wonder. Oh yeah, I should probably use my...
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Pick a lock, okay. Plants a crop in a workshop or camp. Okay, plant a crop, 25. Collect pre-war food, scrap shop. Okay. Okay, so now, I love not having the map revealed. That was actually a good part of it. I'm trying to get the settings perfect. Like, not having the map revealed is really good. I'm thinking that, oh, I don't know. Like, there's, I don't know. I think I'm good. Never mind. They haven't sent me to the Golly mine yet. Like, when is it that I do that? When do I go to the Golly mine yet? No. Oops. Yeah, go to data. Event, fertile soil. I could do an event. It would give me a lot of credit. I need a gas mask, which means making an armor thing. Yeah, and then we'll do like chemistry, tinker, armor. Put this one back a little bit so it's like out of the way, not so blocked. And those things too. Those things are like way too up. Yeah. There we go. Yep, and then I want to craft sure. It sucks that the pinwheel doesn't move. I wish it moved. Crappy hat. I don't like it. I mean, sure. Okay, so what else? I think I needed to modify... Apraxo Pip Point Paint. Wait, that has 26 armor. That painted lightweight metal chest is way better for some reason. I'm wearing a crappy leather chest piece for some reason. Why? You equipped the wrong thing. That's much better. I don't like the Hawaiian shirt. It's fugly. That one's not as bad. I mean, it's not as bad, but I still don't like it. It's fugly. I guess that's okay. It's not the same thing as a, okay. I'll just do her armor. I think it's better. I like her panties. And her butt. Scrap headwear. Okay. Sweet. Nice, got a level. Rank 21. That was worth doing. Welcome to Seasons. Completion discouraged.
A module has run out of charges.
Let's get to the Seasons menu. Okay, cool.
A module has run out of charges.
Wait, did I miss one? I did. The surfboard, huh? That's alright. It's cool that you can now skip them if you want. I do like that. 200 atoms. That's really good. That's free. That one? That one's free, huh? Oh, yeah. Are you loading or something? Yeah, you're like loading now. You don't like what I'm doing? Okay. 200 atoms for 15. Just get that. Awesome. That's the most atoms they've almost ever given me. They've changed it so it's better. I like that. So now we're going to Morgantown, which means traveling from... Oh, yeah, no, wait, no, I want to look at Golly Mine real quick. I think that's actually more in line with what I'm doing here, so... See, yeah, but like I like the she's supposed to have a quest to kill. She's supposed to have a quest to kill the Golly Mine, but I don't know. Maybe that's later now. I don't know. Maybe I did it already. I thought I did, but maybe not. Yeah, no, I haven't been to Golly Mine. We'll go to Slocum's Joe. That's a cool place. I like that place. Proc Spawn's being nice to me because I have it on default, I think. Oh. Oh, damn it, I constantly hit the wrong button. It's so annoying.
has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
Thank God they're not bullet sponge anymore.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
That's 40 mil. 4,250 can fit. Divided by 8. 8 goes into 42 6 times. Or, no, so 5 is 40. 5. So 500 of each. Okay. So we'll take all of these and we'll put them in fireworks now. It will come here and we'll get 500 of each of these. 500. Oops. 500. 500. God damn it. 500. 500. 500. Oops. 500. 500. And the rest in Yule Festival 250. Okay. Now we go out. Okay, we're gonna hover this Caldari Police Captain again at 7,500. Burn. Cherubic Heartburst. Cherubic Heartburst. So I always want 2 of those, I think. And then we'll do Blood Dagger, Crimson, Crown, Yule, Copper, Capsule Cascade, Cherubic, Blood Dagger, Crimson, Crown, Yule, Copper, Capsule. We're going to target this Caldari Police Commissioner. Or, I'm sorry, well... No, well, I want to, yeah, I want to target that guy. Well, yeah, those 2 guys, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we'll look at this one that I'm buzzing. Hells yeah. I like letting off fireworks and fucking... Damn it. I don't know. Maybe it's this pen. I'm gonna see if switching helps. Let's see if this works. The police captain's disappeared, I guess? Okay. Well, the closest police captain... Are any of these guys just parked? Yeah, that Hyperion guy is, but I don't want to shoot at him, though. Oh.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
is it? I'm Mr. Beat. At this point, I've managed to accomplish making a lot of videos about all of the American presidents. I've made videos about their pets, their kids, their wealth, their religion, their education, even their favorite food and music. But one thing I haven't accomplished yet is just straight up looking at their accomplishments. What did they get done while in office that had the greatest impact? Well, in this video, we are going to look at the biggest accomplishment of every American president while they were in office. But first, here's a word from our sponsor. What is it? Mr. Beat, I am. The fastest growing crime in the United States is identity theft. Most of you didn't guess that, did you? In fact, there's a new victim of it every 14 seconds. Well, this video is sponsored in part by Aura. Aura is identity theft protection, fraud monitoring, a VPN, password management, and antivirus software all combined into one easy-to-use app. Aura scans the dark web for your emails, passwords, and social security numbers and sends alerts fast, right to your phone in email. And guess what? Aura found my personal information on the dark web 31 times. 31 times! Holy crap. Protect you and your family from the country's fastest growing crime. Try out Aura for free for 2 weeks by going to the special link in the description of this video. Try it out like I did to see if your personal information or your family's personal information has been compromised. Maybe it's out there like mine was on the dark web. Goodness.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
All right, back at it, lad. You remember what this video is all about, Precious, don't you? It's about the biggest accomplishment of every American president while they were in office. But what does biggest accomplishment mean? Well, it basically just means the one thing they did while they were in office that had the greatest positive impact on the greatest number of people. And when I say, quote, greatest positive impact on the greatest number of people, I say it with my historian hat on, looking at all of American history. Now, it has to be something they accomplished while in office, so sorry, William Henry Harrison. Jeez, what am I gonna say for William Henry Harrison? Bruh.
Oh, yeah?
Ah!
What are you going to say about Andrew Johnson?
Oh, hey, Mr. Terry. What was that?
Oh, hey, Mr. Beat. Sorry, I thought you knew I was watching you. So, what are you going to say about Andrew Johnson?
Oh, geez. What am I going to say for Andrew Johnson? Well, you'll all just have to find out, okay? Well, feel free to jump in if you disagree with me on any of these, okay?
Are you sure? I kind of feel bad for interrupting you already.
Oh, don't feel bad. I only peed my pants a little bit. Seriously, though, my audience would love to hear your expertise on this. So, right, audience? Eh?
Right on. Let's do this.
Here is the biggest accomplishment for every American president in history while they were in office, in my opinion.
And in my opinion, too.
Yes, of course, in our opinion. Curtain, please. Curtain. George Washington. The greatest accomplishment of Washington was making it clear what the role of the president was. Sure, the U.S. Constitution laid it all out, but you know how people can interpret that differently and stuff. Washington made it clear that he, as president, was not only the head of state, but also the commander-in-chief in charge of all the armed forces. Not just the armed forces, in fact. He was also in charge of all of the executive branch. Additionally, while he couldn't pass new laws, he certainly influenced Congress into passing new laws, as well as vetoing two he didn't like. Washington also made sure the president, as head of state, was the lead spokesperson for the entire country. Even more specifically, though, the greatest thing that he did while in office was quit. Yep. He made it clear that he didn't want to be a king. and he voluntarily resigned or retired at the end of his second term, and thus set a standard for all future American presidents who came after him. John Adams. Although there's a strong case to make that appointing John Marshall to the Supreme Court was the most impactful positive thing Adams did while president, I'm actually going to go with the Convention of 1800 instead, which ended the quasi-war and healed relations between the United States and France. In fact, without John Adams' biggest accomplishment, Thomas Jefferson's biggest accomplishment wouldn't even exist. Thomas Jefferson. You probably already guessed this one, but Jefferson's biggest accomplishment was the Louisiana Purchase. As unconstitutional as it maybe was, for just $15 million, Jefferson was able to nearly double the size of the country and dramatically increased the country's power over the continent. While it had a positive impact long-term for many Americans, it is also important to recognize that it came at a great cost for tens of thousands of Native Americans. James Madison. Madison's significance to the United States is much greater as a founding father, but as president, he honestly didn't have that many accomplishments. Still, holding Great Britain back during the War of 1812 easily is his biggest accomplishment in my opinion. The Americans were huge underdogs in that war, and surviving the British threat indeed felt like a second war of independence and led to sweeping patriotism and unity across the country.
Whoa. What about James Madison being the chief author of the Constitution? That's gotta be worth something.
Well, that was way before he was president.
Also, being the shortest president ever at 5'4", that's an accomplishment?
Yeah, he was short. James Monroe. Well, Monroe did sign the Missouri Compromise, which held the country together despite its differences over slavery for the next 30 years, but I think Monroe's biggest accomplishment was no law he signed, but just a bunch of words he said. The Monroe Doctrine, baby! The Monroe Doctrine was basically a set of foreign policy principles that said that any intervention in the political affairs of the Americas for foreign powers, okay, mostly Europe, would be seen as a hostile act. In other words, you mess with me and my neighbors to the south, we will come after you, my friend. Most historians say the Monroe Doctrine is a defining moment in the history of American foreign policy, and it would heavily influence the foreign policy of many presidents who came after him.
So his greatest achievement is intimidating foreign countries. How American?
How American indeed. John Quincy Adams. Infrastructure, FTW. Adams was greatly influential through his ambitious infrastructure projects to keep the country connected, in particular presiding over big repairs and further construction on the National Road and the creation of a bunch of new canals. Andrew Jackson. Jackson is the only president in American history to pay off the national debt. When he first took office, the national debt was $58 million. 6 years later, he was able to limit the spending of Congress so much that it was down to zero, and there was a surplus. So what did Jackson do with all the extra money that came in? Well, he divided
Why can't we get stuff like that now?
Mark
Why can't we get a goddamn politician actually doing something like that now? Why can't we get that now? Damn it. Why can't we get somebody like, oh, I fungled around with the, I took a think cell and gathered a whole bunch of Americans together and I figured out how to crack the budget and save us $200 billion. And so, and I did that, before breakfast. Let's see what I do in the afternoon, right? And then, like, instead of, oh, we're up in the do nothing Congress filibuster and, gotta ban TikTok. Blah, 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 blah. It's like weird. It's like, God damn it. I want to hear you about the budget, not TikTok,
Van Buren helped in the Aroostook War between settlers of Maine and New Brunswick. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
No.
Huh?
No, I didn't.
And those mutton chops.
A module has run out of charges.
William
A module
Henry
has run out
Harrison.
of charges.
Oh, geez. Here it is. Well, His biggest accomplishment as president for those 31 days was his great inauguration speech, the one in which he famously wore no coat and spoke longer than any other president at their inauguration in history. Oh, I know. Appointing Daniel Webster as Secretary of State. That was an excellent choice. Whew. John Tyler. I would say Tyler's biggest accomplishment was the annexation of Texas. He was a big reason why Texas joined the United States. And remember, it was an independent country at the time it did so. A shout out to Tyler, Texas, by the way, a city named to honor him. James Polk. While I don't entirely approve of how he did it, overall, Polk's biggest accomplishment was acquiring more territory for the United States than any other president in history. Kind of a big deal. First, through carrying out the annexation of Texas. Next, through aggressively getting the United States involved in a war with Mexico that got the country all of this out here. And finally, negotiating a treaty with Great Britain to secure Oregon territory. Sea to shining sea indeed.
Sea to shining sea indeed.
Appreciated song.
Well, I mean, I wrote a song about Polk too, you know. I wrote a song about all the presidents. Zachary Taylor. I would argue that Taylor's biggest accomplishment was making sure California would be admitted to the Union as a free state. Although he was a slave owner himself, he was against the expansion of slavery out west. And as more and more Southerners threatened to leave the Union over the issue of slavery, he increasingly sided with the anti-slavery Northerners during his presidency. Because of him, California skipped over becoming a federal territory because he knew otherwise Congress would just endlessly fight about whether or not slavery should be legal there. Millard Fillmore. Fillmore and his Secretary of State, Daniel Webster, organized and sent out the Perry Expedition, which opened relations between Japan and the outside world. The expedition ultimately led to an end to Japan's 220-year-old policy of isolation. Not only did it lead to diplomatic relations between Japan and the United States, but it also led to diplomatic relations with Japan and most of Europe. Franklin Pierce. How about the Gadsden Purchase?
Why haven't you done any jokes about the Gadsden Purchase?
Pierce arranged for it to be bought from Mexico for a fairly cheap price, and it provided a great strip of land to build a transcontinental railroad while also resolving border disputes that had been ongoing.
You gotta be able to laugh at the Gadsden Purchase. I mean, that's what life's all about.
Maybe that's what your life's about, but I don't see what's so funny about a 150-year-old land treaty.
Well, just look at all the comedic possibilities. I mean, you got Franklin Pierce, hello, James Gadsden, not to mention topographical issues regarding the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. I mean, the jokes practically write themselves.
Today, 1.8 million Americans live in that area, and it remains an important part of the country. Although I must give a shout out to Pierce for aggressively lowering tariffs and thus lowering the cost of doing business and making stuff cheaper for consumers. James Buchanan. There weren't many accomplishments, but I think Buchanan's biggest was establishing more federal control over Utah territory in what became known as the Utah War. I still think Brigham Young was the worst governor in American history, and it was ultimately a good thing that Buchanan got him out of there.
And Buchanan was the only president not to be married. That's got to be an accomplishment, right?
That's definitely an accomplishment. I love Mrs. B. Abraham Lincoln. Keeping the country together? Hello? In addition to preserving the Union with his leadership during the Civil War, I'd say Lincoln's biggest accomplishment was ending slavery. First, with his Emancipation Proclamation, and second, with everything he was able to do behind the scenes to get the 13th Amendment passed, as seen in the wonderful film named The 13th Amendment. Lincoln.
Hey, Lincoln also accomplished being the tallest president at 6'4", without the hat even. Oh, and he's in the Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Fun facts. Andrew Johnson. Again, not many accomplishments during Johnson's presidency either. But I suppose give him credit for the purchase of Alaska from Russia. In my opinion, it was another great bargain that benefited the United States long term. Ulysses Grant. Grant actually had quite a bit of accomplishments while he was president, but I say his efforts to help African Americans remain at the top. His push for the passing of the 15th Amendment, his signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1875, and his success hunting down and prosecuting members of the KKK during Reconstruction make him one of the strongest allies of African Americans during the 1800s. Rutherford Hayes. Hayes' biggest accomplishment was getting the ball rolling with civil service reform. Instead of giving federal jobs to his political supporters, he had a policy of giving them jobs based on whether or not they were, wait for it now, qualified. And when Congress was slow to act on civil service reform, Hayes issued an executive order that prohibited federal office holders from having to make campaign contributions or being politically active in order to work in the federal government. James Garfield. He was only in office for a few months, but still, he took what Hayes did with civil service reform and cranked it up to 11. Even though it became a law after his assassination, I'd argue the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act was mostly because of him. Chester Arthur. Arthur is a big reason why the United States Navy became a lot stronger. Since the Civil War, American naval power had dramatically declined. But Arthur almost single-handedly reversed that trend. Grover Cleveland. I think Cleveland's biggest accomplishment was related to not what he did do, but what he didn't do. He weakened the power of the presidency. I think that's a good thing. Time and time again throughout his presidency, when many called for him to act, he essentially responded by saying the Constitution didn't allow him to do so. As commander-in-chief, when imperialists wanted him to take over Hawaii and Cuba, he resisted. I think this constraint is noble, and you just don't see it with very many American presidents. Benjamin Harrison. Hands down, Harrison's biggest accomplishment was signing the Sherman Antitrust Act, which was the first big law to fight trusts, monopolies, and cartels in order to increase economic competitiveness. William McKinley. Many don't realize this, but McKinley set the stage for the Panama Canal existing. He was very hands-on in the planning process, even though it wouldn't be completed until 13 years after his death. Theodore Roosevelt. There were so many big accomplishments during Teddy's presidency, but I'll go with his influence and signing of both the Federal Meat Inspection Act and the Pure Food and Drug Act. Together, those laws have been extremely influential, protecting us as consumers.
He rode a moose.
That he did. William Taft. While Roosevelt is known as the trust-buster president, Taft nearly doubled the number of antitrust lawsuits of Roosevelt, and he did that in just one term. Also, a shout out to his dollar diplomacy foreign policy, which sought to expand American influence overseas, not through military force, but through economic incentives.
He was so fat, he got stuck in a bathtub.
Poor William Howard Taft, always with the memes with the bathtub. Woodrow Wilson. I'm a big fan of Wilson's 14 points, a list of principles he created to influence peace negotiations at the end of World War I. They promoted stuff like free trade, open agreements, democracy around the world, and something known as self-determination, which means people around the world ought to determine who rules over them. Basically, Wilson promoting self-determination was him strongly rejecting imperialism, even though some folks laughed at Wilson's 14 points at the time, calling them too idealistic. Today, they are mainstream ideals, which ultimately are a big reason why the United Nations exists.
All right. Real talk here. Woodrow Wilson's 14 points were a very good set of ideas. And if more of them had actually gone into the Treaty of Versailles, maybe no World War II.
Warren Harding. Harding signed the Budget and Accounting Act of 1921, which created the country's first formal budgeting process and put the president in charge of budget planning. I'm sorry, Harding, that was kind of boring for you. Calvin Coolidge. I think Coolidge's biggest accomplishment was signing the Indian Citizenship Act.
You know, it's funny. I think president's kind of an interesting position because there's always some other profession implied. Often they're lawyers. Sometimes they're constitutional lawyers. Like, often they're accountants. Often they're soldiers. Often they're, you know, it's weird. Like, they often have, like, you know, cool, interesting jobs that do lead to whatever their, you know, their presidency was. And sometimes I wish they had better jobs. Our TV actors didn't do so well. Our TV actor presidents did not do so well. And I think this is because they were TV actors. Had they been like accountants or lawyers, I don't know if they would have acted like that. I think they liked the drama of television, and I think they wanted a television president, and I think that's how Ronnie Reagan was, and I think that's how Trump was. And I think it's kind of a bad thing that was their job a little bit, because it feels like they brought that drama to the White House, and we didn't want it. I don't want that.
Which recognized that any person born in the United States was a citizen. It was passed after
Hey, I won this. Look, it was 21 million. And I spent 15 times 6 would be 15, 30, 40, 60, 75, 90. Yeah, so I spent 9 mil and I got this 21 Raven Warakomi. That's a good deal. I'm going to post my auction on the 26th with the intention of selling on the 6th. And, oh my God, I bet I sell. I'm going to put it for 20 billion because the value I've stuffed into this thing is off the hook. The contract itself is going to be off the hook. It's so good. And like, I'm going to make it worth. Right now, its monetary value is 4.6. And that's the stuff that actually has auction value. There are many, 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 many things in it, like that can't even be sold on the auction house that we don't know the value of. So I'm going to say value unknown. I think I'm going to say 20 billion because I feel like I stuffed like goddamn like just 2 billion into it just today. I mean, I blew down 1.5 billion into stuff. Some of it was expenditure, but but a lot of it was just investment. And even if this stuff doesn't sell, even if the contract doesn't sell, it doesn't affect me in any way or form. And I can just repost it. You know, I can repost it, be like, oh, it didn't sell. Oh well, I'll knock 5 billion off of it. I'll sell it for 15. You know, see if I get a buyer for 15. And, you know, and that's fine. And just in the meantime, it sits there for 2 weeks and drives them crazy because it's stuffed full of skins and, you know, fucking good stuff. Abyssals, really good abyssals, like all these abyssals, like 200 abyssals or something. And so yeah, and all of that value of those abyssals is unknown. So even if you apply a value of like even 10 million to every abyssal, that is still like 10 billion in just abyssals. So, you know, it's if you give me a value of 10 million to all 200, it's like, you know, so now I'm like, oh my God, I keep looking forward to that because 20 billion is going to come in and I'm just going to gamble. And I'm going to buy all the contracts and I'm going to like, one day I'll wake up to 100 billion and I'll be like, dude, this time last year I had like 1.6 billion to my name. This year I had 100 billion, you know? And I want to see what a rise like that is like. I've done it in WoW before, you know? But only WoW, I think. I have a lot of empires and a lot of games. Like FFXI, I don't have a lot of liquid yet, but wait for it. Like right now today, I'm sitting on 600K. That's after buying stuff. I'm gonna Gonna keep going until I'm just rich on all 3 games. The economic grind is something I really appreciate about MMORPGs. It's this thing that isn't, isn't a quest. It isn't a point A to point B linear quest. It's an actual, like, war trying to get this money. And so I try to do it on all the games. And, like, for instance, while I'm in here, I should technically have... I want to look at water. See, water's not here. Is it generators and stuff? No, it's not generators. It's water. Where's the water? It's like they don't have a water thing. They have power connectors and lights and stuff, but they don't have water. They're like... My well, I don't think you can do the wells on a custom character for some reason. Certain things you just like can't get.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
I've been spending too much money, but if I were to actually sit out, one of the things I could do is if the contract doesn't sell for 20 billion, I can just go and sell each and every item individually and spend like 2 days just notching items. Like, what's this one worth? What's this one worth? What's this one worth? What's this one worth? And trying to charge like 25% more for every item and just post for years. That's another way to look at it. I imagine I'll probably have a phase of that as well. High grade Crystal Alpha worth 67. And I could take a 40 swing at it and almost double my money. See, if I were to sell these items, I wonder if I might not get more money, you know? If I were to just sell all of it. The container says it's 4.6 billion worth of stuff. So, and then you add in the abyssals, I think they're like 15 billion worth of abyssals. I think they actually really are. Some of them were worth like 10 to 100 million. And like I think I do have like a 20 billion contract, and I should keep it down at that low level because I think getting higher than that, people get kind of scared of spending that much money. But when they see all that stuff in one place at one time, I think they do really well. And they'll see all these BPOs and all these skins and all these fucking like really high value items. And they'll be like, oh my god, it's the mother loading of contracts. It's 500 of so many good things. BPOs and skins and abyssals. And I think I'll do well. It takes time. Like right now, I want the 20 billion now so I can just keep gambling and buying contracts and stuff, you know? But I mean, I got busted down to 500 million. Technically, I should stop here, but I mean, like, on the 20th, I'll blow, I'll buy a Plex. And if, and around the 26th, I'll post, and I'll live off that Plex for 2 weeks and gamble, and just keep building another contract. And the day that my contract sells... What's going on? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? 2:30 in the morning. So I got a text.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges. A
Sorry.
module has run out of charges.
I don't have a way to produce water, and it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, how do I get purified water? I'd have to go, like, I'll have to build a base by a lake just to, so I can, like, farm the water with a generator and stuff. Just to get purified water, which is such a pain in the ass. I wish they would just let you boil it in like with the chemistry set. The chemistry set should let you purify the fucking water entirely. I don't know why it wouldn't. It's a bad decision. Purified water is too easy to get and has way too much value. It broke the game. I want to talk about Fallout 76 and purified water on a video, but I'm not like that. You know, I don't think so. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna get a buff here and keep going. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm done here. I can go out, and we're going north to the Morgantown Airport. I didn't really realize how bad it breaks the game if you unlock all the traveling and all the travel points. I didn't really know how really cheaty that was until I didn't do it. And then I was like, oh man, most of the content is getting to the places, actually. It's like most of the content. And so if you just skip it and travel to everywhere, like it actually... Like, it's nice when you're returning to places, but I forgot how much PAFO is involved in just getting to the location in the first place. I used to just cheat and turn on all the locations so I could speed through it. And I realized how easy that made the MSQ. Yeah, when I'm out, things out. This thing's all busted. It's so annoying. Ah, what was that? Whoa, I think they spawned in. They spawned in, all of them, and it fucked me up. Move. This is Mama Dolce's or something? What is this place? Oh, yes it is. Yeah. What the hell was that? Whoa. Ouch. Mama Dolce's is so big and complex, it's like eating up my frames. Oh, damn it. Of tourism.
recognized Native Americans as citizens and therefore not protected by the U.S. Constitution. Herbert Hoover. I just don't know. Hoover's not giving me much to work with, okay? I guess the 3 Supreme Court justices he nominated, Charles Evans Hughes, Owen Roberts, and Benjamin Cardozo, they were all pretty good, so kudos to that. Franklin Roosevelt. Obviously, FDR had so many big accomplishments, so it is really difficult for me to pick just one, but I guess I'll go with his signing of the Social Security Act, which created the Social Security program that so many Americans seem to take for granted today. Over time, it has led to a dramatic decline in poverty among the elderly. Overall, you can't deny his effective leadership during the Great Depression and World War II. He really did help us get through some dark times.
FDR's New Deal definitely changed Americans' relationship with their government. Really, before that, people didn't really expect aid from their government. But ever since the New Deal, people have come to expect it.
Harry Truman. The Marshall Plan, for real. The Truman administration transferred more than $115 billion in today's money to European countries devastated by World War II. Its goals were not only to rebuild war-torn regions, but also to remove trade barriers, modernize industry, restore European prosperity, and prevent the spread of communism. And I'd argue it was one of the most effective programs ever implemented by the United States government in history.
Here's something to think about. The Marshall Plan really helped economically rebuild Germany and Japan. Now, if the Marshall Plan hadn't taken place, would we have had a World War III?
Dwight Eisenhower. I think Eisenhower's biggest accomplishment was his massive role in the creation of the interstate highway system. I got a whole video here about the interstate highway system. If you want to learn more, you can watch it later, but stick around. We have more presidents to learn about here. What? You didn't know there were other presidents after Eisenhower? Didn't your mother ever tell you about the other presidents after Eisenhower? John F. Kennedy. Well, you could say avoiding World War III with his handling of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but I'll go with his civil rights efforts. Before his death, JFK proposed a huge civil rights bill that ultimately became the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Oh, and a shout out to the Peace Corps, which JFK established. It's a wonderful program that really helps so many people out. Lyndon Johnson. LBJ also got a lot done while he was president, especially with civil rights, but I'm going to go with him signing the Social Security Amendments of 1965, which created both Medicare and Medicaid. Medicare is a health insurance program that provides cheap coverage for the elderly, while Medicare is a health insurance program that provides cheap coverage for those with lower income. Both programs have helped tens of millions of Americans have access to quality health care who otherwise would not have access. Both programs have also led to healthcare innovation and increased medical standards. Richard Nixon. Nixon's policy of détente, or a more flexible policy of negotiation to ease relations with both the Soviet Union and China during the Cold War, was brilliant. I actually think it was the most effective thing any president had done up to that point to set the stage for the Cold War coming to an end. Also, did you know that all the moon landings happened when Nixon was in office?
Yep.
I always forget about that.
Now, whether you like the way it ended or not, it is notable that America's involvement
Nixon was an okay
Vietnam
Republican despite being a fucking thief.
Gerald Ford. How about the Privacy Act of
And
1974?
scam
Ford
artist.
signed that. It's one of the few laws in American history that even attempts to protect the personal records of Americans from being exploited by the government.
And really broke our faith in the government. The first guy to really break our faith in the government, really. But as like in terms of Republican rulers, I mean, we have Vietnam. Nixon was a bad president. I'm just trying to, in terms of Republican rulers, though, I would say the Vietnam War was almost the least bad thing that any of them did. It was all bad, everything they did. But I mean, the Vietnam War was like the least bad thing, maybe. I don't know. World War II was worse. Afghanistan wasn't as bad as Vietnam at all. But I mean, I don't know why Republican presidents send us to war all the time. Oh, it's I State. Oops. I always think of that as holy for some reason. There we go.
Carter. I'd say the biggest accomplishment of Carter while he was president is something usually attributed to his successor, Ronald Reagan, the deregulation of several industries. With Carter signing of the Airline Deregulation Act, the Motor Carrier Act, the Staggers Rail Act, and the Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act, he helped make markets become more competitive than arguably most presidents before him. Say what? Ronald Reagan.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Reagan's biggest accomplishment was convincing the world that the Soviet Union was a failed state, and he indeed was a big influence on the fall of the Soviet Union. You can't deny that. His relationship with the Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, was particularly an instrumental part of this. George H.W. Bush. Although you could say the Gulf War was quite a smashing success as far as wars go, I hate to say a war is his biggest accomplishment. So I'll go with Bush's signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, which has led to dramatic improvements regarding access and accommodations to public services and facilities for those with disabilities.
Yeah,
this is another law we greatly take for granted today. Bill Clinton.
I don't take it for granted. I'm being helped by it, and I love that they helped me. I love that they did.
Medical Leave Act of 1993. Bill Clinton signed that. Well, he did. It makes it so that employers have to provide employees with job-protected, unpaid leave for certain medical and family reasons. In other words, you can't get fired for taking time off to take care of your sick mother, for example. George W. Bush. As many mistakes as Bush Jr. made throughout his presidency, I've never denied that he was a good leader. He was. So his biggest accomplishment? Keeping the country united, determined, focused, and even hopeful after the horrific 9/11 attacks. Sure, things went chaotic and divisive once he made the decision to invade Iraq, but before that, Bush's leadership regarding going after suspected terrorists around the world was phenomenal. Barack Obama.
Phenomenal.
Duh. Obama spearheaded and signed the law.
You really think acting like the world police in Afghanistan was phenomenal? It's kind of sad. You think that's a good thing he did? I don't know. What was that? He like threw a grenade and it bounced. No, he threw a Molotov and it hit him. It like hit the table and fucking wasted him. Fucking idiot. Wait, is that an actual stove? No. Oh wait, yes it is. Nice. Oh. Nerds. What? Did you lock me out? You did. No, you didn't lock me out. What's that sound? Rust makes you such a paranoid gamer. You're like, what was that sound? You know, I'm like, man. Inventory requisition orders. What do I do? Oh, here, that thing. Whoa. I like Dontrell Haynes. Right away 3, nice. So are we done here? Learn the fate of the responders. Can't see my mouse.
Also known as the Affordable Care Act, which dramatically increased the amount of Americans who had health insurance.
No.
While the law was far from perfect, most Americans have appreciated it since it has made it so that health insurance is more affordable to lower income families and made it so that health insurance must cover them regardless of pre-existing conditions.
This is the best thing they ever did.
That there is some evidence that Obamacare has actually helped reduce health care costs overall. Although
it even helped
the
Republicans.
Heritage Foundation found the opposite to be true, so I don't know. The Heritage Foundation, you love them, don't you?
Thanks, Obama.
Donald Trump.
Thanks, Obama.
Trump's biggest accomplishment was his signing of the First Step Act, one of the biggest criminal justice reform laws in American history. It reformed federal prisons and reversed harsh sentencing laws and basically just made it less likely for folks to go to federal prison for stupid stuff. Joe Biden. Well, he's only been in office for 1.5 years at this point, but I'd say his biggest accomplishment, at least
getting us
so
out of
far,
Afghanistan,
is bringing the troops home from Afghanistan. Now, how it went...
Thank God you did, Joe. Get us out of that fucking quagmire idiot Republicans got us into.
Though, it's extremely difficult to not be biased one way or the other regarding whoever the current president in office is. And I'm sure one day my opinion
I don't want to hear him
will
talk
change.
about this part. It was a great video. Thank you. The most terrifying president in American history. The Vietnam War explained. I wonder what he has to say about that. JFK's assassination was crazy. Jon Stewart, Nazi Town, USA. Full American PBS documentary. I don't think I can display that, though. Nuclear war experts, 72 minutes to wipe out 60% of humans. The diary of a CEO from 1 day ago. I like the diary of a CEO. That's a good one. But it's how every president died, every president's religion, every recession and depression in American history. Let's listen to that one. That sounds good. Like now. Is one of the worst ones.
The home title lock for sponsoring this video. I'm Mr. Beat. I'm here in front of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. It's one of 12 Federal Reserve banks, all in charge of monetary policy here in the United States. These banks make up the Federal Reserve System, aka the Fed, or the central banking system of the United States. Their purpose? Okay, well, there are two main objectives of the Federal Reserve System. Number one, maximizing employment. Basically, making sure as many people are earning money as possible. And number two, keeping prices stable. Basically, making sure inflation doesn't get that out of control so that we can all afford to buy stuff. Inflation is the general increase of prices across all markets. Now, the Fed has other goals. For example, it has a goal of moderating long-term interest rates, and it does does other stuff like regulate banks and provide financial services to banks that deposit money. The bottom line is, though, the Fed wants economic stability. It doesn't want the economy to get too crazy, because when that happens, it leads
I should have
to a
won.
recession.
Damn it. I knew I wouldn't. I skipped it. I was like, I'm not going to win this. I lost a lot on that one.
A recession is a sustained period of an economy shrinking. In a recession, economic activities stop happening as much. Less people spend money. Less people hire others to do work for them. Now, keep in mind that different people have different definitions of what a, quote, recession is. That all said, many economists say a recession has officially happened when there is at least 2 consecutive quarters of the economy shrinking. In other words, a recession is officially happening if the economy is not growing for at least 6 straight months, okay? Okay?
Sure.
Now, what's the difference between a recession and a depression? Meh. A depression is basically just a really bad recession. In particular, a recession that drags on and in which unemployment is particularly high. Anyway, back to the Fed and economic stability. While the Fed has always tried to keep the economy stable, it has rarely been easy. And often, the Fed has failed. In fact, some economists even argue that the Fed has played a significant role causing recessions. Holy crap. However, the Federal Reserve System has only been around for 109 years. So don't worry, there were others to blame before it existed. In this video, let's look at every recession and depression in American history. It's gonna be so depressing and recessioning. Wait, that's not a word, is it? And I'll go through the causes and effects of each one. Okay, so here's a new problem I had no idea existed until very recently. If you own a home, you may not even know that your home's title and mortgage information is stored and available online. Unfortunately, thieves use this information to transfer you off your home's title to take out massive loans using your home's equity. One poor lady in Atlanta came home to find a bulldozer tearing down her house. As it turns out, a thief had taken her off her home title and ordered the house to be torn down without her even knowing it. The good news is there are my friends over at Home Title Lock to prevent this crap from ever happening to you. Home Title Lock monitors your title 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and alerts you if any changes are made to your title. Most importantly, if fraud does happen, their team of restoration experts work to ensure that your title is returned to its rightful owner. Go to HometitleLock.com/beat and enter the code BEAT to get 10% off your Home Title Lock subscription and a free comprehensive report to see if you're already a victim. Okay, let's do this. Come on, let's go. Woot woot! The Panic of 1785. This recession lasted from 1785 to 1788, actually, and it followed an economic boom caused by the American War of Independence. After the war ended, there was dramatic deflation, meaning there was a general decrease in the prices of goods and services across most markets. Oh, that sounds great! You know, since stuff was way cheaper, right? Wrong. Deflation meant less investment since less people were willing to spend their money because they were scared that if they spent it too soon, they might miss out on lower prices. Therefore, Americans in the mid-1780s were making less money. Meanwhile, it seemed that every government within the country was in debt, and it became harder to borrow money. Not only that, different states had different currencies, and trade went down with foreign countries. Americans became so desperate that it led to political unrest, for crying out loud, as demonstrated by Shays' Rebellion. One of the very first videos I made for this channel was about Shays' Rebellion. And it's still pretty up to date, as it turns out, since, you know, our interpretations of history don't change that quickly. I'd argue that without the Panic of 1785, the Constitutional Convention never would have happened. The Copper Panic of 1789, caused by people circulating fake copper coins after the American War of Independence. This one was much less severe and quicker. Still, these copper counterfeiters caused the real value of copper to tank. In response, the Bank of Philadelphia saved the day by creating paper money to replace the copper coins, thus creating what's known as, quote, fiat money, or money issued by a government, not actually backed up by a physical commodity. You know, like copper. Oh, and a commodity is any resource that markets treat equally no matter where the resource came from. You know, like if copper came from my butt, it would be valued the same as if it came from anywhere else. Copper could come from my butt and still be worth the same. All right, maybe not. Anyway, 2 years later, the federal government created its first national bank, simply called the First Bank of the United States. That's a boring name. It was basically there to lend money to the federal government, and folks like Alexander Hamilton called for it to create economic stability. Well, that economic stability lasted for 6 years. The Panic of 1796 to 1797. Noticing a theme here? Yeah, it used to be more trendy, I guess, with historians to call a recession a panic. Anyway, the Panic of 1796 to 1797. Another one caused by deflation, and the deflation this time came from the Bank of England, actually. Long story, very short. The Bank of England was struggling to fund all the wars Britain was fighting against France. Due to this, it led to a financial crisis, not just across Britain, but all across Europe, and yep, the United States. Real estate markets in particular struggled as many couldn't pay off their loans after an investment bubble burst. Oh, an economic bubble is a period when stuff is way overvalued, aka way overinflated, like a bubble, and then prices crash. And yes, all bubbles burst. You don't have no magical bubble on you. In fact, this economic crisis led to Congress suspending its loan payments to France from what they owed from the American War of Independence. In response, this led to France seizing American ships trading with Britain, and then what's known as the Quasi-War, an unofficial naval war with France. That all said, the American South survived this recession quite well. The 1802 to 1804 recession. So now we're calling them recessions. Okay. This one indeed lasted from 1802 to 1804, and once again it was Britain and France to blame. They stopped going to war with each other? How dare they? Yep, the two countries temporarily stopped fighting each other in 1802, which led to commodity prices significantly falling. The Depression of 1807. Oh, so now we're depressed. Due mainly to the British Royal Navy kidnapping American sailors and forcing them to serve on British ships in something called impressment, Congress passed and President Thomas Jefferson signed the infamous Embargo Act of 1807, which stopped American ships from trading in foreign ports. Well, the law led to a 3-year recession. Well, right. I guess it was bad enough to call it a depression. Anyway, as you might assume, the trade restrictions hurt shipping-related industries the worst. With trading way down, hardly anyone in New England was making money. The depression was so bad that it led to a lot of Americans turning against President Jefferson in particular. The 1812 recession. This time caused by international trade restrictions, this one lasted only about 6 months. Many historians say it ended so quickly due to production going way up in response to the outbreak of the War of 1812. The 1815 to 1821 Depression. Well, all good things come to an end. I mean, bad things. After the War of 1812 ended, inflation skyrocketed, and this happened due to a boom in the burgeoning textile industry in not just the United States, but also Britain. Wages couldn't keep up with prices, man. Not only that, Britain passed a tariff, or tax on imports, which further increased prices. This went on for like 4 years. And then the most devastating economic crisis in American history up to that point. So what caused it? Well, mainly too much fiat money being created in response to too much speculation on lands sold by the government. This created an economic bubble that burst in, you guessed it, 1819. This led to really high unemployment. Although today we don't know exactly how bad unemployment was back then. It also led to bank failures, which in turn led to bank runs, in which customers ran to banks to withdraw all their money before the banks failed, which in turn led to more bank failures. And finally, the Panic of 1819 led to widespread
more bank failures, bank closures,
bank taking over a home because the
thanks,
homeowner
you
isn't
fucking
paying back
banks.
the money they
Thanks.
owed on the house to that bank.
Oh, good, they
After
took
the
our homes with them.
1821 depression, the
Way back in
country
the 1800s, the
barely
banks were doing
survived
this.
before then
Yeah.
falling into 3 more small recessions throughout the 1820s. The 1822 to 1823 recession, caused by commodity prices dropping once again. This one led to high unemployment and screwed up the trade balance. The 1825 to 1826
That was 50 million.
recession.
I need to read
This
these
one was
closer.
caused by the Panic of 1825. Basically,
Well, shit, if I
another
mean-
bubble bursting. That bubble, a bunch of speculative investments across Latin America, including investments in an imaginary
I'm leaving it there. I want to
country
win, but I
called
mean,
Poyeyes,
well,
a
technically, if I wanted
general
to win,
and con artist
I would buy
named
9.
Gregor McGregor, what a name that is.
4 more of these would be
tricked
40
a
million.
bunch
That
of
was
British
really
and French
expensive. I need to be
investors to
careful.
buy up land in Poyeyes, which, you know, didn't exist.
Okay, I'm
The
done gambling for
1828 to
tonight.
1829 recession. Another
I've
one
spent too
caused
much money.
by a trade embargo. This time, England said its colonies couldn't trade with the United States, and
Good
the
problem to
resulting
have.
decline of trade, combined with it becoming much more difficult to borrow money, led to this recession lasting around 1 year. Boy, the 1820s were not roaring. The 1833 to 1834 recession. This one was short and caused by too much land speculation. The 1836 to 1838 recession. After 2 years of dramatic economic growth, the federal government, under President Andrew Jackson's leadership, devalued the US dollar. Then a bunch of people sought after both gold and silver. In response to this, banks printed even more fiat money. Between 1834 and 1836, the money supply in the United States grew by 30%. Meanwhile, Jackson was determined to defeat the National Bank, which by this time was the second bank of the United States. And it wasn't just Jackson. A bunch of Americans by this time were like, a central bank is not busting. After the passage of the Deposit Act of 1836, Jackson forced the second Bank of the United States to give up $10 million and disperse all that money among state banks. Yo, not only that, he later gave an executive order that said federal land had to be bought with silver or gold, not fiat money. Based on those two actions, many historians have argued Jackson played a big freaking role causing the 1836 to 1838 recession. It was a tale as old as time. Before the recession, banks lent out money like it wasn't no thing, and it was all unregulated.
I'm gonna pause it for a second. I need to eat. I haven't eaten today, and I will be back. I'm gonna find something. I'll be right back. Let's just see. What do I eat? Yogurt, there's cheese, pepperoni, stuff to make a sandwich, there's hummus.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Opened, times were good, but a new bubble formed around real estate, specifically speculation on lands, once again sold by the government. That bubble burst in 1837 in what's today known as the...
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Wow.
And thanks in part to Jackson dispersing the National Bank's deposits among state banks, deposits fell in banks that needed those deposits the most. More than 600 banks failed, and no part of the country did not feel the effect of this. The Panic of 1837 also caused the cotton market to collapse throughout the South. By the 1840s, the second Bank of the United States was meh, and the recessions continued. The late 1839 to late 1843 recession.
Okay, what kind of name is that?
caused by banks all of a sudden now being too conservative and not loaning out enough money, it led to some of the most severe deflation in American history. Investors were simply too scared, and for 4 straight years, economic growth was stagnant. The 1847 to 1848 recession, caused by the end of the railroad industry boom, which originated in, you guessed it, Great Britain. This recession featured stock markets crashing, prices falling, and less money being loaned out. That said, the California gold rush quickly ended this recession, ultimately adding more than $2 billion in gold to the American economy alone. The 1853 to 1854 recession. Meh, this one wasn't nearly as bad as most recessions in American history. Caused by banks raising interest rates, it did lead to a big decrease in railroad investments. The next one was a much bigger deal, though. The Panic of 1857. And it was caused by too much investments in railroads. Go figure. Specifically, the Panic of 1857 began when the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company failed. This triggered lots of fear, and for the first time in history, the fear spread quickly via a new invention called the telegraph. Once again, even though it wasn't rational, Americans lost confidence in banks. They freaked out. And many American history readers like myself often forget that the Panic of 1857 was indeed a major cause of the American Civil War. The 1860 to 1861 recession, but this recession doesn't get blamed for the Civil War, likely because it was only mild. The reason why? The 1860 to 1861 recession saw the first time clearinghouses, or third parties stepping in to make sure deals go through, stepped in to make sure banks honored trades. During the American Civil War, Congress passed the National Banking Acts of 1863 and 1864, which returned a system of national banks to the country with the U.S. national banking system. This finally helped banking become more consistent across the country. The 1865 to 1867 recession, this was another one caused by a war ending. We really ought to think about keeping wars going on forever and ever, you know, for the economy. Anyway, bad deflation happened after the war. And this deflation happened for the next 2 decades. No big deal. No big deal. The 1865 to 1867 recession was caused by production difficulties after the war, as so much needed to be rebuilt and less resources were available. The American South was particularly hit hard. In response, many white men began making deals with African American sharecroppers, effectively continuing slave labor even though slavery was now illegal. The 1869 to 1870 recession. This was a weird one. It happened during a particularly prosperous time in the railroad industry and when farmers were...
When everybody was starving right after the Civil War. They were like, well, none of us are eating. If you want to eat, do you want to go back to being a slave? We can probably eat if you're a slave again. It's just disgusting. It's like...
However, many economists say what caused the 1869 to 1870 recession was the same thing that caused the 1865 to 1867 recession.
Banks.
It was hard to produce stuff due to a lack of resources. And now it's time for the original Great Depression, man. Not that Great Depression of the 1930s that you're all familiar with. The Long Depression. Yeah, it was originally called the Great Depression before the, Great Depression happened. Quote, Long Depression is a much more appropriate term, though, since it was technically the longest depression in American history, lasting from 1873 all the way to 1896. Goodness, that's crazy time. It all started with the Panic of 1873, a huge financial panic caused by a number of factors, including the largest bank in the country, J. Cook & Company, failing after spending way more money than it actually had building the Northern Pacific Railway. But it wasn't just J. Cook & Company. Tons of banks over-invested, leading to more bank failures and bank runs. Not only that, there were fires. like literal fires. Many economists argue that both the Great Chicago Fire and Great Boston Fire played a role causing the panic. Not only that, Germany stopped minting silver coins. For the next 23 years, any economic recovery was short-lived. Deflation was consistently a problem, and people generally didn't trust banks. It was capped by the Panic of 1893, caused by not only bank failures, but crop failures, and even President Benjamin Harrison's stubborn support for tariffs. The Long Depression was a major cause of first the populist movement and then the entire progressive era. That period of widespread reform and activism between the 1890s and 1920s. After this, the federal government would get more and more and more involved with the economy, beginning with stuff like controlling monopolies and passing laws to protect consumers. Oh, amen.
I'll put my dishes away. I'll be right back, and I gotta pee. Oh, come on, man. You're gonna break my keyboard. Can't put the keyboard on the side anymore. It keeps falling. It's gonna break.